Hello, everyone. It is the morning hours here. It is 11:07, and we're tracking storms. Heavy storms with flooding and severe weather over the area. Now, the pink that you see on this map, that's the severe thunderstorm watch. It was only for Newton, Jasper, and Benton for a while, but a new watch has been issued. We'll broaden out a little bit here. And this watch goes until 5 o'clock Eastern for the forecast area. Now, we've had storms since 4 a.m. in our northeastern counties, and we've had a few warnings up here. We had them for Pulaski, Fulton, northern Cass, and Miami counties. Now, the only reports I received were of pea and dime-sized hail in northeast Cass County. That's all I've gotten so far. But we've likely had a little more hail than that in places up here, and there could even been a random 60-mile-per-hour gust. So that's one issue that we've had. I will tell you that the worst of the severe weather this morning, as you can see on this map, has been just east of here. Look at all the hail and the wind. These are some of the National Weather Service LSRs, local storm reports you see from Wells County, Delaware, Madison County, and you go from Grant County all the way to western Ohio, like Darke County, Ohio, Van Wert County, Ohio, and Champaign County, Ohio, Springfield, Urbana area. Lots of wind damage and a few severe hail reports. But for us, so far, it's been okay. But I'll tell you, we've got a really serious flooding situation that's developing in northern Miami, northern Cass, southern Fulton, and northern Pulaski County, and even into northern Jasper County. The flash flood warnings are up for these areas right now. We're likely getting a lot of ponding in yards and fields, and we may even be starting to get some water over roadways. When we look at the rainfall totals that we've had since about 4 a.m., some places have had, we're pushing 5 inches of rain up here. And I'm looking at some of the automated gauges in this area. For example, we've had 3.2 inches at Royal Center. We've had 2 inches of rain at 12 Mile. We've had more than 3.5 inches at Kewanna. The Winnemac Airport has picked up 3 inches of rain. We've had more than 5 inches just southwest of Winnemac. Other totals include at Marshtown, we've had almost 3.5 inches of rain in Fulton County. Now, downtown Rochester's had 1 inch of rainfall. The Athens gauge, though, was only reading a half an inch. We've had 2 inches at Denver. We've had more than 2.5 inches at Mexico. We've had 2.5 inches at the Peru airport. Walton's had 1.25 inches, and right in the city of Logansport, the totals vary in Logansport, anywhere from 0.04 to more than 1 inch from the south side of town to the far north side of town up towards Adamsboro. So certainly in those rust and gray colored areas, some tremendous rainfall has come down, and we've got flash flooding that is indeed underway, especially here from Mexico through Lucerne, Fletcher, Grass Creek, west of Marshtown, Thornhope area, and just south of Winnemac. Those are some of the highest totals that we've seen. You see Doppler radar estimates. Again, some of the really high totals showing 7.5, that's probably some hail contamination, because this is exactly where I had the pea and dime-sized hail reports. But undoubtedly, we've had spots here of more than 5 inches of rainfall. And even up here towards Denham and east of Radioville, kind of right on the cusp of my particular forecast area, we've had more than 4 inches of rainfall. And we're starting to see, northern Jasper County get in on this with more than 3 inches of rain. Some of the automated gauges in northern Jasper County are showing, our spotter at Wheatfields had 2 inches of rain. We've had almost 4 inches at Teft. And then once you get down southward towards Highway 49, the totals drop off. They're more like a 0.5 inch to 1 inch. And then, Fair Oaks, we've had 1/1400ths of an inch. That's it in that area. So relatively narrow corridor here, but there's a lot of flooding going on in this zone with those flash flood warnings that are up. Now, the only severe thunderstorm warning I've got up right now is Jasper County for areas around and just north of Wheatfield. There's the warning for up to quarter-size hail, gust up to 60 miles an hour. We turn on the wind velocity. I'm going to pull the Chicago radar data here, and I'm going to get rid of that severe thunderstorm watch in pink to give us a better view, because we know we've got a watch, so we don't need to keep that up on the screen. We know the severe thunderstorm watch goes until 5 Eastern time. So pulling the Chicago data, and we'll subtract storm movement, and we can see here this would be where the gust of 60 may occur. This is dropping southeastward towards Wheatfield, Stoutsburg and Stoutsburg, Savannah Preserve area, headed for Radioville and Clarks. Eventually it's going to move into Pulaski County. We've already got a severe thunderstorm warning for far northern Pulaski County, which we'll get into here in just a second. In terms of the hail, the vertically integrated liquid, or VIL, we can see where that hail core is. It's just north of Wheatfield. These stones, P to maybe a few quarters, are possible. Again, it's dropping in this general direction towards Taft, Wheatfield, near Stoutsburg, Radioville, and Clarks. And there's asphaltum right on the southern edge of the warning with the hail and the wind threat. Now, here's the other warning. Now, we've already got a couple cores of hail at Ripley and east of Clarks that may be up to dime size, maybe penny size, but it's right on that Stark, Pulaski County line where we may have quarter-size hail. And that's where the warning is. The worst of the hail is in Stark County. Now, that hail could be up to baseball size near Toto. That's out of my forecast jurisdiction. But I really think that if you're in Denham or Beardstown right now, consider yourself in the warning, because that hail core could kind of clip your area. We may have some stones up to quarter size. So I would consider this warning for here, Monterey, Beardstown, Denham. The baseball hails up towards Toto, but Lena Park, Bass Station in Stark County, and Denham and Beardstown, I personally would be ready for up to quarter size hail with that. And then a little farther south, east of Clarks and towards Ripley, that's more pennies and dimes right now. And then also west of Lawton, that could be some P's, dimes, and quarters. Keep it, again, far northern Pulaski, consider yourself in the warning, the severe thunderstorm warning, but the baseball hail is going to be in Stark County. If we get quarter-sized stones, it's going to be Denham and just north of Beardstown, and then a little bit farther south, Van Meter Park, Lawton, Ripley to east of Clarks, pennies and dimes are possible there. Thanks to everyone for the reports. Looks like we had some pea-sized hail in Mexico a little earlier. And I'm getting some questions about how Lafayette is looking. Had some dime-sized hail between Logansport and 12 Mile. Thank you, Jenna, for that report. And Walter, thank you for that report. Yeah, we had some of those reports in northern Cass County of pea to dime-sized hail just a little bit early. And we're now getting reports of hail that's occurring in Cass and Miami County. So, okay, dime-sized hail between Logansport and 12 Mile. That's that storm right now. And then we're getting the pea hail reported at Mexico, which makes perfect sense when we look at a radar standpoint right now. We'll wipe that hail data on the screen. And there it is. Again, the green, the yellow, that's pea to dime-sized hail that's falling. Between Adamsboro and 12 Mile, Hoover area, Mount Pleasant, east of Lucerne, Mexico, Doyle area, headed into Peru right as we speak, Denver, and not far from Chilai, and it's all moving southeastward. And remember, in this same area, you've got another thunderstorm that's upstream. We've got hail risk and wind risk in northern Jasper. We've got hail risk in far northern Pulaski and really big hail up in Stark County. Everything's moving in this direction. And the same areas that have had more than 3, 4, 5 inches of rain are going to get more rain. So this is really becoming a serious flooding situation for northern Miami, northeast Cass, southern Fulton, and Pulaski, northern Jasper County right now. If you're near a creek or a stream or a flood-prone area, this is really going to start getting nasty if it's not already in this area. Really sharp rises in creeks and streams in these low areas that are prone to flooding. The flooding risk going up a lot here over the next hour to 2 hours. And then we have the main line that's going to come out of Illinois, which I'm going to show you here in just one moment. And finally, we'll go back to that the reflectivity, and there it is. Even down here towards Onward and Bunker Hill, we're getting heavy storms, and around Deacon. I'll take the Ville here. I would bet we're going to be getting some small hail here soon, if not already, around the Grissom Air Reserve Base, Lurie, Onward, especially, and then eventually towards Santa Fe, New Santa Fe, North Grove, Amboy, and at McGrawsville. Just get ready for the potential of some hail in this storm soon, if not already. P to dime size, at least initially. So that's where we are in that area as of 11:18. Now, farther south, we've had a few storms trying to go up down here. The thing to remember, in our northern counties, the smoke is essentially gone. It's been mixed out early this morning. Remember, it's been storming up here since 4 a.m., off and on. From northern Jasper, parts of northeast White County, all the way down to Miami County. Farther to the southwest, it has not. So here, there is smoke lingering. And the storms are trying to mix some of that smoke out. The storms are encountering some capping issues. So when I loop this, you're going to see the storms trying to go up and essentially collapsing. You see them pulsing up there around Lafayette, and then they're kind of collapsing. I mean, we're loaded with instability, and we've got the shear for organized severe storms. But down here, we're struggling. They're going up, and then they're just falling back down. So we got to see how much smoke we can just get rid of down here to really get storms going. So we at least for the next hour or hour and a half to 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours, it's going to be these supercell type storms and supercell clusters in the northeast with severe weather threat and big flooding threat, and storms trying to go down here that are battling the smoke-induced cap. However, if you look upstream, there's the main line. We've talked about 2 rounds, one late last night, this morning, and potentially up here into part of the afternoon. 2 rounds, and you see them here on the map. We've had this same round of storms with storm after storm after storm in the northeast since 4 a.m. Now we've got the main line up here in northern Illinois coming southward. Now I just had a question, what does the smoke mean? Well, this is smoke from Montana and Idaho and Oregon and Washington, Colorado and Wyoming, the big wildfires. When you have a layer of thick smoke from these fires, the sun heats that layer up because the soot and the ash absorb the sun's energy. That layer heats, and when you have a drier, warmer layer on top of boiling instability, you create a cap, and that the storms can't get through that lid. So we're battling that right now. Remember, it needs to get colder as you go up for storms to really go. Or the air rising has to be warmer than the air above it. And that air's got to be cooling as you go upward to get storms to form. If it's getting warmer as that air is trying to rise, the storm's essentially going to collapse. It has to be getting cooler as you go up. And the bigger the difference in the temperature from the ground to several thousand feet up, the quicker that air is going to go up. And if you've got a little shear, or you've got wind fields that are a little stronger in the mid and upper levels, they will help to ventilate the top so that the air goes up even more, because the air is trying to fill the void. Think of it as a chimney with smoke coming out the top, and it's really windy, or when you blow on a fire, the fire gets stronger or brighter, hotter. That smoke's coming out that chimney. If it's windy, the air from your home is going to be pulled up through that chimney more and more. It's filling the vacuum. So right now, that's kind of what we've got. We've got boiling instability, but in our southern counties, we've got some capping issues. So the storms are struggling, but in the north, we've wiped the smoke away. So the storms are able to go up. You also have to remember, too, that this is the ring of fire pattern. It's much hotter down here than it is up here. And we've also got a very sharp baroclinic zone. It's much cooler in our northeastern counties than it is the southwestern counties right now. Northeastern counties are in the 70s and rain cooled. The southwestern counties are much, much hotter. So we got a zone for the storms to travel. These storms like to follow these baroclinic zones. Because look at this, I'll show you. Again, we've got a disturbance here, an MCV, that's prompting this bow of severe storms. But this zone here, it's cooler here, it's much hotter down here. So everything likes to follow this line. And remember where the hot ridge is. Where's the extreme heat? It's down here. It's cooler over here. And these storm complexes, where do they like to fire? Well, they like to fire on the periphery of that extreme heat. And that's what we're getting. This is the ring of fire pattern. So that's kind of digging into that a little bit more in depth. Now, we've already got the storms in the northeast. We've known that. We've gone through that. But this bow in northern Illinois is the main line that will come through today and is going to get everybody. You see it right here. That's your main line. And this is dropping to the southeast, and this is pretty much going to get everybody here in the coming few hours. Now, we've already got warnings up to the state line. You see the severe thunderstorm warnings that are up, and the line is moving. I think the Weather Service has this moving at 50 miles an hour. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and just put a storm track on the main line. So I'm going to put it a little bit in front of it and pull it right into our forecast area to try to give us some timing here, because we've got kids in school over a lot of the area, and some of you parents are watching. Grandparents, family, friends, you're like, okay, well, is this going to hit when the kids are getting out of school, when they're getting on the bus? My child's going to be maybe going to a bus, being left at a bus stop. And if you're school administration, you're saying, okay, well, we've got this line of storms, severe weather. If we're getting winds of 70 miles an hour when the kids are getting out of school, we don't want them to be on the bus. We want to keep them after school. So there's a lot of planning going on today. And I know, for example, Central Catholic schools, like the elementary schools and middle school, well, up to 6th grade, they get out earlier today. They get out at like 2 for their first day. I believe high school is more, and middle school, or 7th, 8th grade there, I believe it's 3, if memory serves me right. So we're trying to plan timing here for you. And then you've got other schools that are out at 3:30, some are out at 4. Let's dig in and plan this. So I'm going to track these at 50 miles an hour with the idea that these could speed up as this Boeing line surges forward. The threat with this line, damaging straight line winds. I cannot rule out an EF0 to EF1 tornado or 2 with this line. Maybe a little bit of isolated hail, but watch for the flooding, and especially especially in our northeast counties that are just getting hit so hard with flooding rain. And again, we've got schools underway in Pulaski, Fulton, Northern Cass, and Miami counties too, in northern Jasper County, where the flooding's going on. So buses, you may be thinking, well, okay, if I'm taking kids home, I don't know, 3, I need to know if we've got flooding on roads. We've got all these flash flood warnings. What about my route? I've got kids in really rural areas and I've got to cross a creek or a stream. So we've got a lot of things at play today. I will tell you this. The trend is that the line of storms is going to be down here by 4. So it's really, I would say, the next, like 12:30 through like 3:30 is the meat of the time of this boa severe storms that has to come through. So that's where we are right now. So let's get to timing. I want to give a broad track here, and I'm going to do the best I can to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and go way out ahead of it. Because we've got some storms ahead of it merging with the line. I'm not tracking any storms that form ahead of it right now. I'm only going to be tracking the main bow that's working its way southeastward with the tornado threat and the damaging wind threat. So what I'm doing right now is just trying to get the best vantage point so I can give you the most accurate track. So let's go way ahead of it. Let's do something like this. And then bring it through our area like so. Let's do something like that. Again, I'm giving my best estimate here. The times will not be perfect. I'm basing this on 50 miles an hour. So I'm going to go through every county. And again, as I'm saying this, still remember you've got the severe thunderstorm warning, far northern Jasper. And again, I would still consider far northern tier of Pulaski under the warning, though the worst of the hail is just north of you. And there's still going to be a little small hail here in Miami County and Cass County from that storm. So this is the main bow. So Morocco, 161 minutes. So that is what? A couple, 2.5 hours to get to Morocco. So in Newton County, it's anywhere from Newton to Jasper County. Let's just take an overall estimate. It's going to be there if it continues to move at 50 miles an hour. I actually want to make sure I've got that reset. Let me look. I don't think that timing sounds correct. Yeah, because I've got it at 20 miles an hour. I was going to say that does not sound correct. Let me redo my timing once again for you, because I want to be as accurate as possible, because that just did not sound right. So now we're going at 50 miles an hour, everyone. Let's try again. Second time's a charm. Let's go get out in front of it like this. Let's go all the way back to northwest of Pontiac. Now we'll bring it through the area. It's giving me fits. I'm so sorry. Third time's a charm. You got to watch how you draw this track, because I'm drawing a big track. All right, here we go. There, and we'll draw it right through almost the entire area. Okay, now we're accurate. Okay. Yeah, this is makes much more sense to me. All right, Newton Jasper County. It's anywhere from an hour to about an hour and a half. So Lake Village, an hour. Enos, an hour. Morocco, a little more than an hour. Kentland, about an hour and 15. Let's go to Jasper County. Rensselaer, that's about an hour and 20 from you. We go to Hanging Grove. That's what do we got here? About an hour and a half. Remington, we've got, I guess that would be about an hour and a half too. Again, I'm adding up in my brain here. Let's go to Pulaski County. Maderryville, it's 96 minutes, so that would be about an hour and a half. It's more than an hour and a half away to Winamac, or from Winamac. Hour 14 minutes. We go over to Kewanna. That is 2 hours away. Rochester, it's a little more than 2 hours away. Southward, Mexico, it's more than 2 hours away. It's an hour, or pardon me, 149 minutes from you. Peru, more than 2 hours away. We go southward towards Amboy and Bunker Hill. It's more than 2 hours away from you. We're looking at what? At Bunker Hill, that would be 2.5 hours, and it's about 2.5 hours from Amboy, roughly 2.5 hours from Kokomo, a little bit more than that. So that's going to put it in Kokomo here, closer to 2, with it moving at 50 miles an hour. So let's go to Flora, Carroll High School. 2 hours and 17 minutes. We're about 2 hours away at Delphi. Burroughs, we're a little more than 2 hours away. Adams Mill, 2 hours and 20 minutes away. Burlington, 2 hours and 20 some minutes away. We go to Michigan Town, that's 2.5 hours away. Less than 2.5 hours from Frankfort. Mulberry, that's 2 hours and 20 minutes. Reagan, we're about 2 hours, about 2.5 hours away. You get over here to Tipton County, and we're looking at 2.5 hours, 3 hours from you. Same thing in northwestern Hamilton County, Sheridan area, Sheridan schools. That'd be pushing 3 hours from you. A little farther to the north, I want to make sure I get everybody in Cass County too, and White County. There's Lucerne, hour and 31 minutes for the main line, so a little more than 2 hours. Royal Center, it's about 2 hours. Adamsboro, it's more than 2 hours away. Remember, 2 hours is 120 minutes. Galveston, it's more than 2 hours away. 2 hours and 20 minutes roughly in those areas. And again, I'm getting a lot of questions via email and on here. What about Lafayette? What about Clarks Hill? What about Kokomo? And we're getting to that. What about Monticello? We are going county by county, so we are getting there. Again, there's Kokomo, 160 minutes, and Greentown, 170 minutes for the main line. So 2 hours, again, it's 120 minutes. You're looking at closer to 3 hours in parts of Howard County. And there's Clinton County. Anywhere from Rossville at 2 hours and 20 minutes to Lebanon, which is closer to 2.5, 3 hours away. We're going to go to Montgomery, and again, we are working back north, so we're going to get to Tippecanoe, we're going to get to White County, we're going to get to Fountain, we're going to get to Warren, Benton. We're just working our way around. Crawfordsville, it is 2 hours and 28 minutes for the main line to get to your location. 2 hours and 19 minutes to Linden, so the North Montgomery schools. We'll go southward, for example, Newmarket. It's 153 minutes, so that would be about 2.5 hours. And Ladoga, it's 2.5 to 3 hours. Again, getting questions, what about Kentland? We are headed in that general direction. And once I go through every county, we'll do a quick scan of everything so you all can kind of see the timing in your county. Now in Tippecanoe County, for example, right on the line, like Otterman area, it's 112 minutes. So that's more than an hour and a half away. Now you go up towards like Harrison High School, and you're looking at a roughly less than 2 hours away, a little less than 2 hours. Now West Lafayette, Lafayette schools, the West Lafayette area, like Cumberland Elementary, it's more like 2 hours, whereas you get towards like Clarks Hill and that area, and like Southwestern and those schools, it's more like 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 hours and 20 minutes. And for right in the city of Lafayette, it's about 2 hours or just a hair more than 2 hours. Battleground, same thing. It's a little more than 2 hours away for all of our schools out there. Now, Frontier, like at Brookston, for example, it's 117 minutes for the main line. So that's, 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours away. We go to Delphi, it's about 2 hours away. We talked about Carroll, Flora, more than 2 hours, 137 minutes. The Twin Lakes area, for example, you've got a little less than 2 hours for the main line to get you. Now, you've got storms that are going to impact you before then. They're already around you, but that's the main line that's going to impact you. And even in Chalmers, it is an hour and 14. It's less than 2 hours away. So Brookston, Chalmers area, Frontier country there. It's pushing 2 hours. Wolcott. So we go up here to the north, and that's less than 2 hours, 100 minutes. So it's closer to an hour and a half. Monon, a little more than an hour and a half for the main line too. Now we'll go back here to Benton County, and we go like to Benton Central, like around the Boswell area. And we got about 98 minutes for the main line to get there. That's the estimate. That's about an hour and a half, a little more than an hour and a half. And like, for example, Fowler, Sacred Heart, 95 minutes. So we've got, an hour and a half for the main line to get there. And you get up towards Earl Park, less than an hour and a half, to Freeland Park. Wadena, an hour and a half. We get up here to Remington. It's a little more than an hour and a half. Kentland, about an hour and a half away. Rensselaer schools, it's less than an hour and a half. Morocco, it's an hour and 10 minutes to get to your location. Fair Oaks, an hour and 15 minutes. It's already storming up around Gifford and Laura and south of Wheatfield, but the main line's going to be there in less than an hour and a half. And there you see Medaryville. About an hour and a half to get there as well. Let's go down to Warren County. So we got Seeger down here. All Warren County schools down this way. So we'll start at Green Hill and Glen Cliff and work our way down to right on the Wabash to Fountain and then Foster. That area, that whole line along the Wabash, Attica, Williamsport, Independence. Less than an hour and a half. It's about 116 minutes to get there. You get up to Pine Village. Pine Village Elementary is there. 108 minutes. So 60 minutes is an hour. 90 is an hour and a half. So you got a little bit more than an hour and a half to get there. And Ambia, you're looking at an hour and a half to that location. Southward, we've got Covington. We've got Fountain Central. 124 minutes to Covington. So that's more than an hour and a half. More than 2 hours, just a little bit more than 2 hours to get to Petersburg. The main line. Steam Corner, 136 minutes. So 2 hours is 120. So it's more than 2 hours away. Kingman's more than 2 hours away. Once you get to Turkey Run schools, all Park County schools and Vermilion County schools, South and North Vermilion. Northern part of Vermilion County, it's going to be there in 2 hours. You get down to Southern Vermilion County, and it's going to be 3 hours. Rockville is going to be more like, if you think about it, 180 minutes is 3 hours. So it's more than 2.5 hours away at Rockville. That area. And, you get to Turkey Run area, it's, 2 hours is 120 minutes. So if it's 145 minutes away, more than 2 hours away. Finally, we're down here in Montgomery County. So it's 2.5 to 3 hours southeast part of the county. You get to Crawfordsville, and you're looking at a little more than 2 hours away, 148 minutes of Crawfordsville. You get to the northern part of the county, Linden, New Richmond, Cherry Grove, Elmdale, that whole part of the area. Remember, 2 hours is 120 minutes. So you got a little more than 2 hours away to get there. And then finally, the schools like here in Boone County, it'll vary from 3 hours in the far southeast to closer to 2.5 in the northwestern part of that county. So that gives us an idea. So let's kind of do an overview of timing here. The timing varies. I'm going to get this track off the screen. So the main line, the main severe weather line, the timing varies anywhere from 1 hour, there, to closer to 3 hours down here. So 1 hour up here to 3 hours down here. So probably in the middle, it's closer to 2 hours right here. That gives you an idea of the timing of the storms coming in. And if you've got children, grandchildren at school, that's not timing what we've already got going on in our area. So those lines indicate when the highest threat of damaging winds or a brief EF0 to EF1 tornado or 2 are possible. And there will be some brief flash flooding in the line, area-wide. And there could be a little isolated hail, scattered severe gusts that will equal or exceed 60 miles an hour are expected. And again, that EF0 to EF1 tornado risk, there could be 1 or 2 of them embedded in the line. Now, that's half the story, because we have already got severe weather going on in our northern and northeastern counties already. And we've got warnings that are up here too. Pulaski County's got a severe thunderstorm warning. Southern Cass County, Southern Miami counties has a severe thunderstorm warning. But one of the bigger things here that I want to get to before I cover the severe aspect is the very heavy rain. I'm looking at these totals in parts of Pulaski and northern Cass County, and we have got really a dangerous flash flooding situation that is unfolding. These storms are training over the same area. We've had 4.5 inches of rain measured in automatic gauges near Teft in far northeastern Jasper County. We are now getting about 1 inch of rain just west of Medaryville. However, you go just northeast of Medaryville, I'm getting 2-inch amounts. We're pushing 4 inches of rain now. Well, nope, we've just exceeded it. It updated 4.12 inches at the Winnemac Airport. We've had 3 1/3 inches of rain in Winnemac reported. I just got a report of 6 inches of rain just southwest of Winnemac, and just north of Pulaski, right in the zone where that hand gesture is on your screen. We've had more than 4 inches southwest of Kewanna in Fulton County. We are now pushing 4 inches west of Fulton at Marshtown. We've had 2 inches of rain at Fulton. West of Green Oak, we've had 1.5 inches. Downtown Rochester's had just a little bit more than 1 inch. Now we go to northern Cass. 12 Mile, we've had 2 1/3 inches. Royal Center, we've had more than 3 inches of rain come down. We're now getting reports northeast of Adamsboro of 3.4 inches of rain. I've had more than 3.5 inches of rain at Mexico in Miami County. We've had 3 1/3 inches at the Peru Airport. Downtown Peru has had 2.5 inches of rain. Near Erie, we've had 1.8 inches. South of Birmingham in northern Miami County, we've had 1.75 inches of rainfall. Now, in Logansport, the totals vary. Of the reports that I'm receiving, and I'm going to zoom into Logansport, I've had anywhere from, so again, up near Adamsboro, I'm going to plot that for you. Up here, we've had 3.5 inches of rain. The north side of Logansport, like right here, I've measured 1.19. We've had 1.83 near Miami Bend. A downtown area, 9,500, so about an inch of rain. But then you go towards Anoka down here and northwest of Walton, and I got a gauge down here that's reading 1800s and 4/10. So big variability in Logansport right now with the rainfall. And then even in northeast White County or eastern White County, I've had I got a report here of northwest of Monticello of 1/3 of an inch, and west of Headley we've had 1/3 of an inch of rain. But this is dangerous flooding, everyone, and you know, and it will tend to worsen in the coming few hours because the storms are training, and we've got the main line that has to come through. So remember, we've got Eastern Pulaski Community Schools, and we have West Central School Corporation. That's in Francisville, but in Francisville it's not as bad. But if you go northeast of Francisville, there's flooding going on. And, in Winnemouth, Eastern Pulaski Elementary, and those Eastern Pulaski schools, we're going to have areas that have flooding on roadways here. And then you go into southern Fulton County. And we've got Tippecanoe Valley School Corporation, we have Caston, and we have Rochester. And again, remember that southwest part of the county has got a lot of flooding going on, and some of it's going to spread northeastward in the coming hour or two. And we go into Cass County, and you've got Lewis Cass that's in session. Of course, we have Caston. And then other schools nearby, we got Pioneer. But in northeast Cass County, this is really significant because we've likely had more than 6 inches of rain near and just north of Lucerne. So if kids live up in that area, we're going to have flooded roads there. And we're going to be getting more flooded roads in northern Miami, northern Cass, Pulaski, and southern Fulton County as the storms continue to train. So I really wanted to hit that flooding information hard here because storms are continuing over and over. Again, here's the main bow with the bigger severe weather threat, and then you get all these storms just training over the same area. So these are moving this way, and then the bow is going to expand and move southeastward. We have blanket tornado warnings just northwest of our area and a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Newton County. These are serious storms, everyone. We may have a couple of embedded tornadoes, a little bit of hail mixed in, potentially up to quarter size. But the main threat here is damaging wind. Now, NWS Chicago has a 90-mile-per-hour wind tag on the line. I'm going to pull up the storm relative velocity and then take the storm high-res velocity. Let's go back. I want to just take this velocity product, and we'll pull up the Chicago radar. So this is a wall of damaging wind that you're seeing on radar right here. We've got bulges of damaging wind here. And this is headed for northern Newton County. Get ready in northern Newton County for damaging winds exceeding 60 miles an hour, potentially more than 75, hurricane force. And get ready for a brief tornado or two, EF0 to EF1, a little bit of hail, but my concern here is wind and brief tornado or two with that main line. And we got to watch the back end as it grows, and we got to watch the track, because remember, this main line, it is going to be turning southeast as well. So we got to get ready in Lafayette and Fowler and Brookston and Kokomo, areas farther to the southeast. So serious line of storms, damaging wind, tornado or two, a little bit of hail, but that wind is a serious threat here, everyone, with gusts exceeding 60 and a few gusts that may reach hurricane force, 75 miles an hour or higher. The other severe thunderstorm, though, is in Miami, not only Miami County and Cass County, but Pulaski County. Let's focus on Pulaski County right now. These winds you see here, maybe up to 60. This brighter green area, not far from Francisville, and dropping towards Royal Center and west of Fulton, and near and just southwest of the Winamac area. That's the area that has the greatest threat of winds up to 60 miles an hour, where you see that lighter green zone. Now, in terms of the hail, now there's a golf ball size hail tag on the warning, or that's part of the warning criteria. I'm looking at this. I'm not seeing golf ball hail right now in this storm. What I'm seeing, though, is pea and up to penny hail near Francisville and just north of it. That's where we are right now. And some of that hail may accompany that potential gust up to 60 miles an hour. I want to go down here into southern Cass and Miami County, where we've got severe thunderstorm warnings, which looks like they just canceled that warning and shifted it to Grant County. However, pulling the northern Indiana radar, this is pea to penny hail here on Walton and onward and south of Logansport. This could be quarter-size hail at Amboy, though. So that's warning worthy. So that part of the storm does look severe. So you could draw part of the polygon into Amboy right now. Maybe a little pea hail here northeast of Greentown. Pulling up the wind product. Yeah, and some of this wind is into Amboy. So these are damaging winds here, right in this zone. So wherever you see the X, a gust to 60 miles an hour is possible, right in that zone. So the severe part is hail here, also hail here, and then where I've got the dashed line, that is potential gust to 60. And that even gets a little bit of far northeastern Howard County, Sims, northeast of Greentown, and it's moving southeastward, going into Grant County right now. So we'll pull up, we'll go back to our reflectivity data. Again, a lot of storms here. Peru, Logansport, Winamac, now Monon area, all the way to Jasper County. Again, I'll circle the storms that are severe for you. Severe and likely severe. We've got two likely severe storms. We'll watch that one north of Winamac, but it's really the ones that are X's that look severe from a radar standpoint. And that is 1 inch in hail or larger and gusts 58 miles an hour or more. And there's the main event, this bowling line of severe storms with absolute torrential rainfall, embedded tornado risk, and damaging wind risk here as of 11:55 a.m. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for that in northern Newton County. Again, winds potentially greater than 60. Some could be hurricane force. That's 75 miles an hour or stronger. Potential for a brief EF0 to EF1 tornado. And there could be some hail mixed up in this storm. We're seeing a hail core approaching Schneider, and that's going to move into the Sumava Resorts, Lake Village, Thayer, Roselawn area here in just a bit. So damaging wind and hail. Now you'll notice NWS Chicago has 100 mile per hour tag on this warning. We'll pull up the wind product. And there are those tremendous damaging winds coming in from the west and northwest. And the damaging winds go all the way back to Kankakee County, Illinois. I almost think that this thing is speeding up. Yeah, it's moving as expected. When you get these Boeing lines, they speed up. So that's why I drew that timing out ahead of the line. So I'm going to up this. Let's move it. They've got it moving at 75 miles an hour now. So this thing's booking. Let's go at 70. I think the bow's moving at 75, but the tail end may be a little bit slower. So I think what I'll do, I'll track the bow at 75 miles an hour. Then let's do the tail end for the rest of the forecast area and slow that timing down just a little bit. So we'll take it at 75 miles an hour and draw out the timing for the main line moving east and southeastward. So I'm going to go ahead and do something like this. I think what I'll do is draw just this part. I want to make sure that I get most of these northern counties. So let's draw it all the way to northern Miami at moving at 75 miles an hour. So Fair Oaks 10 minutes, Lake Village 3 minutes. Again, the timing may not be perfect, but I'm going to give you all the best information that I have to try to get as close as possible. Stroudsburg, 14 minutes. I'm going to leave that up. I need to do one thing on my computer here. Okay. All right. All right. So remember, in northern Newton County, North Newton schools, all these schools up here, North Newton, like Roselawn 7 minutes, Thayer 5 minutes, Vergy 12, Deer Park 11, Fair Oaks 10 minutes, Aches 15 minutes. You get over here to Kankakee Valley schools, and eventually you are in North Judson, San Pierre, and West Central schools in Pulaski County. So Gifford 18 in Jasper County, Asphaltum 20 minutes, Wheatfield 16, Teff 20 minutes, Lewiston 19. And then this is getting into West Central schools and North Judson San Pierre schools. So Madairyville 24, Francisville, it's about 26 minutes away, I would say, half hour to Ripley, Denham half hour, Radioville 23, Beardstown more than a half an hour, Winnemac 36 minutes, Lawton 39, and then eastward. So this is eastern Pulaski, Culver Community Schools, Caston, and Rochester Community Schools I'm getting into now. So Grass Creek, 46 minutes. Marshtown, 48 minutes. Again, this is the main line with the worst of the severe weather. Kewanna, 44. Pershing, 47. Leaders Ford, 44. Rochester, 52 minutes. 53 Big Hill, Green Oak 54, Fulton 51, Marshtown 48, Athens 56, an hour to Akron. And then finally, we are getting into North Miami schools. Birmingham 58, Deedsville 58, Perrysburg 57, Macy 57 minutes. And then that northeast part of Miami County, that's an hour away. So for all these school corporations here, we're talking within an hour or less, North Newton, Kankakee Valley, parts of Rensselaer Central, West Central, North Judson San Pierre, Eastern Pulaski, Culver Community, Rochester Community, Caston, Tippecanoe Valley, and North Miami schools are all going to be impacted hour or less by this line of severe storms that could produce winds greater than 60. A couple hurricane force gusts can't be ruled out, 75 miles an hour or a little more than that. And I can't rule out a tornado or two mixed up in this either. So just be aware, and be aware of the flooding situation. You know, the greatest flooding that we've got underway and the biggest threat right now is Kankakee Valley, parts of Rensselaer Central, West Central, Eastern Pulaski, Culver, North Judson, San Pierre, Caston especially, and North Miami School Corporation. Those corporations are getting big flooding right now, and there's more coming with the main line coming in from the northwest and west-northwest. Now, for the rest of the area, let's do a storm track. And what I'll do here is I'm going to knock the timing down a little bit. I think 65 miles an hour might be our best bet here. So let's just go with 65 for now. I'd rather be in front of it than behind the line. I don't want to be late in my timing. I'd rather be a little bit ahead than late. So I'm going to do my best here to draw a good, accurate storm track for you. So let's see. Let me take this part of the line here and do something like this and go this way for you. I like to draw it a little wider than that because I want to get everybody. Let's go back and do something like this. I'm going to get everybody here as best I can, or most of the forecast area I'd like to get with the line back here. So we'll take it all the way down to Boone County. So this is the timing of the main line, as best as I can do for you. And I've done it at 60 miles an hour. So Morocco, we get about a half an hour. That's the North Newton School Corporation. Now we get to South Newton. It's about 35 minutes from Kentland, 42 minutes from Goodland, 38 minutes from Brook, Mount Ayr 41 minutes. Now we're talking Rensselaer Central and Tri-County School District. So this would be 48 minutes to Rensselaer, 49 minutes to Remington, Hanging Grove 56, Wolcott 54 minutes, Monon an hour, and Reynolds a little more than an hour. And once I'm getting to Monticello, we get into Twin Lakes. So we've got Pioneer in northeast White County. And then we've got Frontier, Chalmers, and the Brookston area. So Round Grove an hour, Brooks an hour 5, Chalmers hour, roughly a little more than an hour. It's an hour and 8 to Monticello. It's an hour and 13 to Idaville, an hour 16 to Burnettsville. We go to Delphi. So here we've got northern Carroll County's Twin Lakes. So Yeoman, hour and 10. There, Rockfield, hour 8. Now we get southward to Delphi Community, and then eventually Carroll. So Delphi, hour 14 minutes. Flora, hour 22. Deer Creek, it's an hour and 27 minutes. We go to Burlington. It's an hour. What is that at? Hour and 29 minutes to get to your area. About an hour and a half. And then we get to Logansport Community. And then Southeastern. So Southeastern schools, Walton, 94 minutes. So it's an hour and a half. It's an hour and a half or a little bit more than an hour and a half to get to the Southeastern School District. Logansport, it's at or just a little bit less than an hour and a half. 87 minutes for the city of Logansport. Then you go to, Pioneer is Royal Center, and then you go to Lake Sycot, and the timings are about an hour and 10 to an hour and 19. And then Caston, northeast Cass County, we went through that one. Maconaquah, the Bunker Hill area is 100 minutes, so that would be an hour and 40. Converse, that would be, 2 hours is 120, so a little less than 2 hours, an hour and a half or so around Amboy, North Grove, Waupikong, that area. And then you get into Howard County, so Northwestern and Western and Taylor community schools, it varies from 90 minutes or an hour and a half at Poplar Grove to about an hour and 40 at Kokomo. And then you go over to Greentown for Eastern Howard, you got an hour and 9 minutes. What would that be? 2 hours is 120. So it's less than 2 hours away. And finally, we'll go into Tipton. And I need to go back here. I want to go to Tipton. So this area, northwest part of the county, 106 minutes. Southeast part of the county is 2 hours. We're getting to Tippecanoe and Clinton County. So here's where we are for timing. Edna Mills, 1 hour and 19 minutes. But southeast part of the county, it's 1 hour and 40 away. So hour 19 to 1 hour and 40. So it varies from a little more than an hour to a little more than an hour and a half from northwest part of the county to southeast. And Frankfort is 1 hour and 29 minutes. So it's about an hour and a half from Frankfort. And these school corporations include, Rossville. It's 82 minutes away. That corner of the county for that school district, it's 1 hour and 20 minutes away from you. And then, Frankfort schools, for example, it's, about an hour and a half from you. We go to Clinton Central, the eastern part of the county. It's more like about an hour and a half from you. And then you get to Clinton Prairie, the southern and southwest part of the county. It's closer to anywhere from, an hour and 15 to an hour and a half from you for the main line to come through. Now, I'd like to go to Tippecanoe County. So in this county, of course, we have Harrison. Harrison High School on the northwest side of town. TSC schools cover a large part of the county, but we've got Harrison up here. We're a little more than an hour away from the main line. And then you get to West Lafayette and in the city of Lafayette. It's a little more than an hour. It's an hour and 9, hour and 15 away. The south side of town, it's more like an hour 15, hour 20. We go to, like Southwestern Middle School. You got James Cole down in the southern and southeastern part of the county. And that's closer to, an hour and 14 to near an hour and a half for those schools. And then East Hip, that would be, and Hershey, that's more like closer to an hour 10 to an hour and 20 away. Battleground, it's an hour and 9 minutes away. So for Tippecanoe County in general, it's an hour in the northwest part of the county, and in the southeast part of the county for the main line to come through, it is an hour and 20, hour 25 minutes to get to those locations. Now, Benton County, it's not far. It's up towards Hopkins Park, Illinois. Real quick, new severe thunderstorm warning up for Jasper County. Again, winds up to hurricane force, some hail, tornado or two cannot be ruled out. We're going to start tracking the main line here in just a second. But in terms of timing with the tracking downstream, in the central and southern parts of Benton County, this is Benton Community Schools. It's about 45 minutes away from Fowler. New severe thunderstorm warning is now up for Benton County for damaging winds, plus 60. I wouldn't rule out a gust, potentially up to 75. We got to watch for a tornado or two. I still wouldn't rule that out, and a little bit of small hail. So the new warning is up, and that new warning is up for southern Newton and Jasper counties too. Fowler, 45 minutes. Atkinson, 49. So the Benton Central School Corporation, where the school is, and Prairie Crossing, it's about 48 minutes away from you. Freeland Park, 38. Ambia, 42. Templeton, 53. Otterman, 58 minutes. Wadena, 45 minutes to get to your location. And then we go down here into Warren County. So we got Warren County School District. The northwest part of the county is Benton Central, but a lot of the rest of the county, other than towards Foster, is just Metropolitan School District of Warren County. We've got Seeger schools down here. So Kramer, 56 minutes. Hooker Corner, 50. And an hour to Independence, an hour to Attica, an hour to Williamsport. Fountain, an hour. So if you are up towards, near Ambia, it's 42 minutes away. But if you're at Independence and Attica, it's an hour away. Carbondale's 53 minutes. Stewart's 50 minutes, and Pine Village Elementary, they're 53 minutes, an hour to Green Hill. And then farther south, Rob Roy, a little more than an hour, and more than an hour to Malott. Southward, now we're getting into North Montgomery, Crawfordsville, and South Montgomery schools. So northern part of the county, an hour and 7 minutes. City of Crawfordsville, I would say this is about an hour and 25 minutes away. It's an hour and a half or more in the southern part of the county. And for Boone County, Western Boone, Webo, and Lebanon, and Sheridan, and Zionsville schools, northwest part of the county, hour and a half. Southeast part of the county, about an hour and 45. And Lebanon, it's about a little more than an hour and a half from you right now. In Sheridan schools, it's about what? It's more than an hour and a half away, hour 45 from you. And then finally, I want to do a storm track for Covington, and then we really got to start tracking the main line. We got a lot of warnings going on up to the north. So one last track here, and then we got to really hone in on this line. I'm going to drop the timing down here to 58 miles an hour. And we'll bring that into Covington and Park, Vermilion, those places, just on the far southern tier of counties. So let's do something like this. I got to broaden out. And we'll take it down here. Okay, so Covington, 2 hours. It's more than 2 hours from Rockville. We got Southwest Park, North Central Community School, Southeast Fountain, Covington Community, North Vermilion, South Vermilion schools. You get, and Turkey Run's all in that. South Vermilion schools, all in that as well. So Perrysville, 2 hours. Dana, it's more than 2 hours away. It's a little more than 2 hours to Bridgeton. It's more than 2 hours to Ladoga, Jamestown, and Waveland. Those places. So we've got that covered. So now where are we as of 12/13? A lot of warnings going on. Flash flood warnings. Significant flooding is likely underway in central Pulaski, northeast Cass, central Miami counties, southwestern Fulton County. That's the first thing I'm going to talk about, and then we're going to have to dig into the severe part. And this area has had tremendous amounts of rainfall. Winnemac area, northwest of Winnemac, near Kewanna, Lucerne area has had a tremendous amount of rain too. And I'm getting updated rainfall totals in right now that have been measured via rain gauges. We're doing a reset here. Again, if you're just joining me, again, it's 12:15. What I'm doing right now, I'm focusing on the flooding underway for right now, and then we're going to get right into the severe weather. So we've had 4.6 inches of rain at Teft. That's just east of Wheatfield. Stoutsburg's had almost 2 inches of rain here in Jasper County. Now we go into Pulaski County. Madairyville area has had pushing 2 inches of rain. We've had 2.7 inches of rain northeast of Madairyville. The Francisville area, we've got a really sharp cutoff. Now Winnemac, pretty sharp cutoff southwest of town. But I know at the airport we've had, now the total's up to 4.7 inches of rain, and it's still raining heavily there. We've had more than 6 inches of rain just southwest of Winnemac. 6.3 inches being measured. We've had more than 4 inches of rain right in Winnemac. Monterey's had 3 1/3. Southwest of Kewanna, gauge is reading 4.6 inches of rain. We've had more than 4 inches at Marshtown here west of Fulton. We've had more than 2 inches northeast of Fulton. We've had 3 inches at Fulton. We've had 1.25 inches in the city of Rochester, but only about 6/10 east of Rochester. Now, northwest of Rochester, I'm getting 1.5 to 2 inch amounts. We're going to northern Miami. Mexico's had 3 3/4 inches. So we're pushing 4. Denver's had 2.67 reported. The Peru airport has had 3.5 inches of rain. We've had 3.5 inches of rain at just northeast of Adamsboro in Cass County, where that hand is right there west of Hoover. 12 Miles had about 2.5 inches of rain now. Royal Center has had 3 1/3. I would bet this area north of Lucerne's had more than 6 inches, and near Thornhope has had more than 6 inches of rain. And the rain's adding up in southern Miami County as well. We've had 1.5 inches right here south of Bunker Hill, and we've had just to the south of Santa Fe, we're pushing 2 inches of rain. And then way down here near Amboy, 1.1/3 inches. Converse area has had more than 1 inch of rain. So tremendous rainfall up here. Significant flash flooding is underway in this zone. I'm getting reports that my screen's frozen. If my screen's frozen or it gets glitchy, I'm on YouTube right now. And for some reason, I've got that square box on my screen. I want to make sure that that is off my screen. Let's see here. Let's click off of that. I apologize, everyone, for that box being on there. If I click the wrong way, it will put sizing on my screen. Okay, let's get back to it. We've got the heavy rain also increasing in northwestern Jasper County. Do not drive through any flooded roadways. I'm hitting the flooding hard because I know we got kids in school and I know they're going to be going home from school. 2.38 inches has been measured now east of Wheatfield, or pardon me, west of Wheatfield for that matter, in Jasper County. Now, over towards Lake Village, it's been 3/4 inch. We've had 2 inches at Wheatfield. That's the last report I received. Now, we know the flash flood warnings are up. Let's go to the severe thunderstorm warning. So first things first, severe thunderstorm warning, Fulton, northern Cass, and central and eastern Miami counties for this big, just intense heavy thunderstorm. Winnemac, Kewanna, Royal Center, Rochester, incredible rainfall rates right now. Flooding on roadways, flooding in fields, creeks will be overflowing here. Just be careful if you have any travels here. This particular severe thunderstorm warning, I'm wiping on the wind data on the screen, and to me, the wind, we've got kind of 2 areas of damaging wind here, Kewanna, west of Fulton, and right around Winnemac. Gust up to 60 miles an hour is possible. I'm looking at the Winnemac Airport wind gauge. And pardon me, I do need to plug my laptop in. I do not want to lose this laptop. The gust at the Winnemac Airport so far has been 24 miles an hour, thankfully. I'm going to plug my charger into this laptop if I can find it, so bear with me here for one moment. And hang tight with me. I'm going to get the charger. Okay. So there are your 2 cores of damaging wind. I want to make sure I've got everything on the laptop that is fine here so we can monitor the winds at area weather stations. So gusts up to 60, Kewanna, northwest of Royal Center, and at Winnemac as well. And we'll plug this in so we make sure we get power to it. And now we have a tornado warning for Pulaski County. That's not for this storm that I'm tracking right now with a gust up to 60. Potentially. and some P hail possible with it. That's for the storm, the Boeing complex of storms upstream. That's got a little small hail in it, P, maybe dimes. But this is the main event right here that we got to start tracking now. We know we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for these out in front of it, gusts to 60, some small hail. But the main one here is upstream. So here in Pulaski County, a blanket tornado warning for the entire county for the next 39 minutes. Some small hail, damaging winds more than 60 miles an hour, perhaps up to hurricane force, 75 miles an hour or higher. There is the destructive storm tag for Jasper County from the Weather Service up in Chicago. Again, can't rule out a brief tornado or two. Winds more than 60, and there could be some cores where the winds exceed 75 miles an hour. So that's the big tag on that line of storms coming in. Same thing up here in Newton County. Winds exceeding 60, possible a core of 75 or more. Brief tornado cannot be ruled out, and that same wording is here in Benton County, though I will tell you, if you look, we'll pull the Chicago radar up, the end of the line is right there in northern Iroquois County, so it's going to have to grow a little bit to really get Benton County now. But you still have the warning that's up, a little small hail, damaging wind, plus 60, perhaps as high as 75, and a brief tornado or two. The worst of the storms right now are northern Jasper County, northern Newton County, headed for Pulaski County. So tornado possible at any point in the line. So we need to get into active tracking mode here. And I'm going to show you, that's the high-res velocity. This is the high-res storm relative velocity. Now this is subtracting the storm movement. The other velocity is not. The other one just makes it look a little brighter. I'm going to show you the storm relative velocity. So that is a wall of damaging wind plus 60. And potentially there are going to be some cores in here that reach 75 or higher in that line. Not everybody's going to get a gust to 75. Not everybody's going to get a gust that it's more than 60. But I can tell you that where you see these bulges in the line, you got to be ready. You got to be ready for a gust of hurricane force mixed up in this. A gust 75 or a little more. Those four key cores of wind. Now hopefully we don't get winds of 75 or more. But I can tell you that that wind energy is there. And at any point in the line where I've got circled, you could have a gust that reaches or exceeds hurricane force. And you see the direction of movement here. And they're embedded in just a general swath of wind that's 60, 60 plus. Some places not quite as high, but just be ready for damaging wind across the whole thing. And we've got to watch the tornado threat here too, because anywhere you see a little bulge in the line and this little indentation, that kink, where I've got the X's, why that's going to be areas of rotation that are embedded in the line. So where you see an X, roughly those areas, there is a little bit of low-level rotation and it's quick. So when the rotation tightens up, it may be between radar scans and we can't see it. So we just got to be ready for a brief tornado at any time where you see those little notches develop. EF0, brief EF1 tornado spin up. It could be embedded in rain and you're just not going to see it, is the thing. And it's the same thing that applies for Pulaski County. We're going to be in the same scenario in Pulaski County. Now, Chicago doesn't have a blanket tornado warning. They just have a tornado possible tag. Northern Indiana office does have a blanket tornado warning here with the line coming in. But just be ready. Be ready for whatever's coming in with that line in these counties. Now, farther to the southwest. Now, yes, we've got the warning for Fowler and Earl Park and Wadena and Atkinson and Swanington and Sheffield and just north of Freeland Park. If there's any tiny bit of good news here is that the line just has not elongated southwestward much. It's trying to. My suspicion here is that we've got capping issues here in part of Iroquois County, and the storms are trying to go up and are struggling. But it could be a domino effect, because remember, we've gotten rid of the capping up here. It's gone. These storms are going up. Back here, it's possible that there could be a domino effect where the storms do break and mix that capping out more and more to the southwest, and the line elongates more and more to the southwest. Again, the thinking is that we keep storms going here with significant flooding threat and some severe weather, but the big severe weather threat is with this bow right here that's developing, and it's going to swing through the area. And the thought process here as of 12/27 is that this will keep sweeping through and elongating, and by 4 it's going to be out of here. It's going to be down here. So here's where the line is as of 12/27. So it's booking. Here in the next hour, it's going to be blasting down through here, and then hour and a half, it's going to be clear down here. So the biggest blessing that we could have is that, let's say it gets out of here for a lot of the schools by 3 or 3:30, we hope. I'm going to do another storm track shortly to update it, but that's our hope. I do think by 4 it's out of here, which is the good thing. But we've got to get through this threat of damaging winds, of a couple tornadoes. And certainly the problem, even though the line may be through, this flooding threat in the north is going to be a problem through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 this evening, at 8 o'clock this evening. And creeks are still going to be really high into the night, especially up in this area. And we've got a corridor here that's going to end up with 8 inches of rain. And just a lot of flooding going on up here right now. Flash flood warnings, Pulaski, southwest Fulton, northeast Cass, central Miami County. Now, the best we could hope for also is hopefully the line doesn't elongate anymore, but it's certainly staying strong here in Newton and Jasper, and it is moving southeastward. This little Boeing part here north of us is a little more eastward, but this part here is southeastward. So, given all that, let's do another storm track. I think this is a good time that we need to do that. Again, here are the threats. I'm really ultra focused on the line. The line is here. There's the leading edge of it, Newton and Jasper County. The big threat here is wind. Wind here that is exceeding 60. And wind that may reach or exceed 75 miles an hour. And no one is safe in the forecast area, no matter where you are. It doesn't matter whether you're in Williamsport, Lafayette, Frankfort, Tipton. Nobody's in the clear whatsoever. From the line, I can't say that, nope, you're fine. You're in the clear in Kingman. You're in the clear in Lafayette. Nobody is. Now, I am watching the tail end, and I hope that tail end doesn't elongate, and maybe our southwest does miss out on it. But you have to keep in mind that this bow, this band or line of significant storms, it is moving southeast. So if you do the tracking there, a lot of the area is still going to get severe storms. I'm just thinking, okay, maybe the back end doesn't grow as much and part of the area doesn't get hit like how we're getting hit in Jasper County right now. So there it is. That's your line. It's approaching Medaryville in Rensselaer. It's approaching Kentland right now. It has gone through Morocco. The biggest threat we have is this wall of wind up here, and it shows up very well in this zone. This is your wall of wind and these bulging areas of damaging wind that are off to the northwest. Right there it is. And anywhere you see a bigger bulge in the line, those are winds that may get to 75 miles an hour or more. Little bulges where the wind is surging forward. And then in between these little bulges of wind, we've got little kinks in the line. So you see one here northwest of Medaryville, northwest of Hanging Grove. There's kind of one southwest of Rensselaer. And where you see those are little areas of very brief low-level rotation that are occurring. And many times they tighten between radar scans, so it's hard to see these little, perhaps brief tornadoes. So anywhere you see those little notches, we've got to watch for a brief EF0 to EF1 tornado spin up. These aren't EF3s, they're not EF4s, they're not EF2s, they're not EF5s. They're not major tornadoes. They're not strong or violent tornadoes. They're quick spin ups embedded in rain that you get a damaging gust and then there goes a tornado really fast, moving at 70 miles an hour. And it may only be, 300 feet wide, but it may have winds of 90 miles an hour with it, or 100, sort of thing, embedded in the damaging wind. That's the kind of thing we're looking at here in the line. And it's all headed for Pulaski County. It's moving through Jasper and Newton counties right now. And if there's any hail mixed up in any of this in the bigger cores, it'll be P's and a few dimes. I'll wipe the hail date on the screen. Those are P's and dimes in the line. And there's a little P and maybe a few dime hail cores here around Royal Center, Logansport, and Peru. That's a whole different severe thunderstorm warning there with a storm out ahead of the main line. And that one may have a core of winds up to 60 west of Fulton moving towards Mexico. And it could impact Mexico with that kind of wind here soon. This is the area I'm looking at because the winds are surging outward away from the radar. That's why there's a warning on that one. It technically includes Rochester, but it's Fulton and just near Lucerne. So big flooding and severe weather there. And then we have this other severe thunderstorm warning for Miami County. So I'm going to look and see how high the wind gets here. But this core here, this brighter green, where I've got the X, that could have a wind gust to 60 miles an hour as well. And when we look at the hail product, again, P's and some dimes. This is mainly wind threat with that particular storm. Gotta go back to the main line, though. This thing is surging forward. Looks like Chicago has it moving at 60 there, and it's got it moving at 75 miles an hour a little farther to the north. So given all that, I'm going to do a track at 70 miles an hour for the whole thing. Just blanket it. Let's do one single track for this. Let's keep it easy. Let's do one out ahead of the line to keep in front of it and track it all the way. I'm going to elongate it all the way back to Milford, Illinois, so I can get as much of the forecast area in as I can, moving it southeastward. Keep in mind that these times may not be perfect, but they are close to the timing. And I had a question near Logansport. My daughter got a tornado warning, not sure what's up. That's the Pulaski County blanket tornado warning that we've got. That's northwest of Cass County. It's Pulaski right now. That's the tornado warning for that one. So here are the times of arrival for the main line. Half hour Winnemac, 39 minutes Kewanna, 46 Fulton. Rochester, I would say it's about 39 minutes away. Denver, Mexico, about 55 minutes. Peru, little less than an hour. A little less than an hour to Bunker Hill. Hour and 7 to Amboy. Walton, 50 minutes. Galveston, 54 minutes. Logansport, 42 minutes. Royal Center, a little more than a half an hour. Monticello, 21 minutes. Monon, 13. Chalmers, 20. Wolcott, 9 minutes. Brookston, 24 minutes. Round Grove, 21 minutes to get to your location. Fowler, 22. Earl Park, about 20 minutes. Oxford, 27 minutes. Carroll County, Yeoman, 26 minutes. Flora, 40 minutes. Deer Creek, 43 minutes. Burlington, 48 minutes. Kokomo, 1 hour. Rushville, less than 1 hour. And finally, around Greentown, 1 hour and 6 minutes. Forest, it's about 50 minutes away. About 1 hour to Frankfort and Michigantown. Mulberry, about 45 minutes. Rossville, 43 minutes. Get ready for damaging wind threat and perhaps a couple brief tornadoes and small hail. Radnor, 37. Flora, 40. Adams Mill Cutler area, about 43 minutes. Springboro, 27 minutes. Round Grove, 21. Battleground, half an hour. Lafayette, 35 minutes. Pettit, 40. Buck Creek, 34 minutes. Dayton, 41. Wyandotte, 43. I would say Concord, it's about 43 minutes. The storm you've got headed your way now is not the main line. It's a random storm that's popping up, trying to poke its way up through the capping. Shadeland, it's I would say it's about 36 minutes away. South side of Lafayette, 36, 40 minutes. Dayton, 41. Chauncey Village, 34 minutes. Klondike, half an hour. Purdue Research Park, half an hour. Montmorency, half an hour. Green Hill, it's about, I would say, 29 minutes away. Pine Village, let's go with about 29 minutes. Hooker Corner, same thing. Atkinson, 24. Freeland Park, 28. Boswell, 24. Ambia, I would say it's about 20 minutes away. I'm going to do another storm track for this tail end for the rest of our forecast area, given the notion that I think the back end could elongate. So let's just go ahead and track that area and bring it down here. So we'll do something like this. So there's Hedrick, 28, Williamsport, 37 minutes, West Lebanon, about a half an hour, Covington, 40 minutes, Petersburg, 46, Waynetown, 56 minutes, more than an hour to Crawfordsville, an hour to Alamo, hour and 8 to Newmarket, hour 16 to New Ross, hour 16 to Thorntown, hour 20 to Advance, Darlington, an hour and 8, Romney, a little less than 1 hour, West Point, 48 minutes, and Odell, 48 minutes, and finally, it's more than an hour to Rockville. Turkey Run Schools, about 55 minutes from you. Cayuga, about 55 minutes. And then it's going to take, for the southern part of Park and southern Vermilion County, a good hour and a half to get to those locations, with the thinking that the line is going to elongate back towards Rantoul and Champaign. That's where we stand as of about 12:39 right now. So a reset. The cap looks like it's trying to erode away. I think we're mixing away the cap more. We're mixing away the smoke a little more. So we got some cells that are popping, random ones popping ahead of the main line, Green Hill to south of Shadeland. So you're hearing some of that thunder right now, and a few cells just trying to pop north of Crawfordsville. Other storms. So we've had flooding storms here from Winnemac to Peru since 4 a.m. And this is a serious flash flooding situation that is going on from Winnemac to Peru in this band right here, right in this zone, and even northeast Jasper County, right here. This area has had, some places now are pushing 7 inches of rain. We've got likely a lot of flooding underway right as I speak. And there's more flooding with the main line coming in from the northwest. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings for Miami County, central and southern Miami, and also Rochester to Fulton. Now that's with the storms ahead of the main line for gusts potentially up to 60 miles an hour. So those gusts, I would say, let's go back here, try to pull up some better radar data and get a good vantage point. My thought process here is that the highest gusts are likely right here, perhaps up to 60, and perhaps you've got some about right here that are up to 60 miles an hour, but all the hail is subsevere. Now keep in mind, The damaging winds are moving this way, again, up to 60 miles an hour. That wind energy pulled to the surface through water loading, because this is just torrential rainfall. But all the hail is small. If we're getting hail here, it's peas and some dimes. It's not anything bigger than that. Royal Center, Logansport, Bunker Hill, and Amboy. We got to go back to these warnings with the main line, with these dangerous storms coming in. The hail is subsevere. It's peas and dimes, maybe a penny core there near Goodland and northwest of Francisville. So some of these damaging winds will have some hail mixed in. But my main thing I'm looking at are these damaging winds coming in from the northwest. Using purely just the high res velocity, we really see where that wind is in the yellow. And these bulges in the wind, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning for White County. And those damaging winds show up very well here, all through here. I'll go back to storm relative velocity, which it subtracts the storm movement of the wind. So we'll take that and go back. So the whole line's got a lot of wind with it, but I'm more worried about these individual bulges in the line right here, and then kind of developing back here, and where you see these surging forward, that's where you are getting potential gusts of up to hurricane force. So we know there's 60 or a little less wind in the whole line. We know there's going to be some gusts that exceed 60, but where you see a really intense push forward, that's where we've got these small localized cores of wind 75 miles an hour or a little bit more than that. And anywhere that we're seeing the little kinks in the line, right here, for example, there's one where I've got that X. So essentially you have something like this. You've got a little bit of rotation there, a little bit of rotation north of Francisville, just all along the line. Right here, and a little bit down here just east of Kentland. And they go back and forth. They tighten briefly, then they're gone. Then they tighten a little more, then they're gone. So they're pulsing with the rotation. And the thing is, sometimes that rotation will tighten in between scans. So we just have to either have a tornado possible tag on the warning, the Weather Service has to have that, or you do what the Northern Indiana office did, and you put out a blanket tornado warning like they did for all of Pulaski County. Now, the best news that I have right now is that the highest gust we measured at Morocco was 52 miles an hour. That's still good, but that's not extreme. And then we've got a private observer here east of Morocco, west of Mount Ayr. I don't know the height of that station. I know the data that I'm using is standardized 10 meters, but that particular station had a wind gust to 34. So we'll take that. I don't know the height of that station, but I know we've had a 52 thus far, though, at Morocco. Now, I'm very confident we've got much higher wind than that in some of this line. It just so happens that's where the weather station is, and that's what it clocked when it was coming through. So I'm going to keep this on the screen for just one moment for everyone. Again, keep in mind that White County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for plus 60 mile per hour gusts in small hail. We'll wipe that back on the screen right there. What I'm just gathering some wind data for you right now. I want to look at the Lake Village Airport and see what kind of wind we had there as well to pull up. And then we've got a spotter up there at Wheatfield that I'm going to try to reach out to. Let's go to the map. If you're just joining me, here we are. It is 1:45 right now. We're tracking not only a significant flash flooding event that's underway, Winamac to near Peru and Mexico and Lucerne and Kewanna, but we're tracking severe storms, especially with this main line that is coming through Newton, Jasper, now Northwest White, and Pulaski counties, coming into Northwest Cass County and Fulton County. We've had a gust of 52 at Morocco. The peak gust at the Lake Village Airport was 39. That's good. We'll take that one. So we know it's windy along the whole line. We know we got the wind there. But what we're looking for are the cores, the little bowing cores that may have winds more than 60 or even hurricane force, 75 miles an hour or more. There will be a few of those small cores in the line. They may not pass over an anemometer or a weather station to measure, but we know they're there. They're embedded in the line. If you're just joining me, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings that are up. Now, this is eastern Jasper, southern Newton, all of Pulaski. We got a warning now up for Fulton County, northern Cass, all of White County, and the northeastern half of Benton County. Good news is the line's not elongating very much to the southwest. Storms are firing here. They're going to gel with the main line. But we'll wait and see if it elongates enough to the west to really get the southwestern counties more. That's a little bit unclear. Bad news is we know that this is a damaging, significant line of severe storms. We know that it's moving southeastward and that it's going to impact a large chunk of the forecast area. We know from a radar standpoint there are cores of winds that are greater than 60 to even hurricane force embedded in the line. That is 75 miles an hour or more. The good news is not everybody's getting hurricane force wind, and not everybody's going to get 60 or better. But we know there are cores where the wind is really high in the line. The good news is we don't see large hail. We don't see golf ball hail in this. We don't see quarter-size hail. We don't see nickel-sized hail even, just under severe limits. Bad news is we do see pea and some dime hail mixed up in the line. And the bad news is it's got extremely heavy rainfall, and it's going to move over the same areas that have just gotten absolutely hammered with flooding rain. We are getting some damaging winds now coming into Winnemac. I've got a report that these winds are at least 60. We are currently gusting to 50 at the Winnemac Airport north of town. West of Medaryville, we had a wind gust measured at 61 miles an hour. So that's the highest one yet measured. And new severe thunderstorm warning is now up for Tippecanoe County and Clinton County and all of Carroll County. The damaging winds are underway in Pulaski County now, so get ready downstream. We know we've measured a gust at 10 meters to 61 west of Medaryville. I just received a report the winds are at least 60. And this report is, this report is actually, I need to change that. It is northwest of Winnemac off County Road North 100 West. Winds are at least 60 miles an hour. So we know they're coming into Winnemac. We know they're northwest of Winnemac as well, that we're getting damaging wind right now. And we've had damaging wind west of Medaryville. The storms are plowing into part of the Remington area right as we speak. Right now, the worst of it is just northeast of Remington and not just barely north of Wolcott. The wind right now at Remington's gusting to 25. At Goodland, the winds, even though the worst of the storm is certainly northeast of you, looks like winds there are gusting to 30 miles an hour, and they've gusted to 30 miles an hour at the Kentland Airport. So they're not as high at Kentland or around Goodland, at least so far. Again, they're 30, 40 miles an hour most likely. Now, east of Remington, I am getting winds that are gusting higher. I just got to report the winds are at least 40 east of Remington. Just off 65. Thank you for that report. And the winds are now coming into northwestern White County. So we're going to be looking at the wind there, monitoring the wind gusts there as the storms will be passing over wind equipment that will measure the actual winds. Again, the last check was the wind measurement was 50 at the Winnemac Airport. So we are loaded with severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I've got to get rid of that flash flood warning. I'm going to try to do that for a moment. And again, I'm kind of doing three things at once. I'm monitoring weather stations. I'm monitoring weather stations and monitoring reports. Too bad you don't enlarge the map, Chad, you goofball. Again, I can't really enlarge it much because we're covering so much, Andy, from Andy McCormick. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. It looks like the map is a little bit blurry on the screen, so give me 1 second here. We're going to try to fix that. It's probably just the computer processing. So give me one moment. It's just locked up for a second. So give me a moment here. And again, I just can't always enlarge every map. I'm going to do the best I can, Andy, but I just can't zoom in and stay on one location because we have so much going on right now. So that's a dilemma that a meteorologist faces when you're covering a lot. You have to cover everyone. If I just zoomed in on your location, nobody else would be able to see what the weather's doing. So if I zoomed in on your house, there's no way that I could cover anyone else. So that's why I can't zoom in exactly where you are. So we got the data back on the screen. Well, again, this is a broader look. I know some are going to complain that this is too wide. Call me a goofball or whatever, but I have to do that because we've got a lot going on here. We have so many warnings, and what I'm going to try to do is just take the warning off the screen, the flash flood warning off momentarily because there's so many warnings on the screen. So as of 12:54, here's where we are. We've got a few storms, renegade storms out in front of the main line. Those are here, they're non-severe. Maybe we've got a little bit of small hail in these, brief gustiness of 40 or a little higher, but that's it. The main severe weather event is here. And again, I'm getting a report having some video issues on my end. Again, I'm seeing what I can see on my computer, and I just got an email. Zoom in more. We're definitely going to do that, and some are having video issues. I can see what I'm putting out. Some of it may be others' computers. You can go to YouTube and view this as well. You can view it on Facebook. I want to give you some options. And also know that it may be processing speed at your house, and again, my map went blurry for a second. I just had to restart my radar software. So we needed to do a restart, but we'll do the best we can. I can see what's going out live right now. Yeah, can't read the town names. Again, we're doing the best we can here. I can't spend the whole time kind of acknowledging that we got to track storms here. we've got to track storms, and we're going to do the best we can zooming in. So the main line here is right here from Fulton, northern Cass, northern White, and then down here to southwest White County and northeast Benton County. That's the main line of storms that has the greatest severe weather threat. The severe thunderstorm warnings are up for that line. It is northeastern Benton. It's White County, it's Cass County, it's Carroll, it's Clinton, it's Tippecanoe, it's Miami County, it's Fulton County, and Pulaski County. The threat has ended in Newton County, and it's almost over in southern Jasper County. The threat's almost over. Northwestern Pulaski County, the threat is almost over as well. The peak gust west of Madairyville was 61. The peak gust at Morocco was 52 miles an hour. I did have a 34 at Remington. We've got flooding underway at Lake Village being reported. We have significant flooding being reported around Winnemac and just east of Madairyville and northeast of Madairyville, all the way through Kewanna and Mexico and Lucerne. So that's where the big flooding is underway. But right now we got to get through this line of storms with winds 60 plus in the area. So right now, who's got the best chance of 60 mile per hour wind gusts? It's really where you've got these brighter red cores coming in. So this is right around Reynolds and Monticello, all the way back to Round Grove, west of Royal Center, and now it's roaring into Fulton County, southwest Fulton County. Wherever you see the check marks, those are the damaging wind gusts. And from what I'm seeing on our screen, from what I see on my screen, the town names should be pretty visible to you. I've zoomed in a little bit here, so they should be fairly visible to this map, because I'm seeing what I'm putting out right now. I want to make sure you can see that. That's very important to me that you can see that and get the best coverage. So they're the kind of four main cores of damaging wind right here. These are all moving kind of southeastward. So you just got to get ready along the whole line. The whole line, you just have to be ready for damaging gusts. Not everybody's getting gusts to 60 or 75, but we know they've already occurred. We know we've already had a measure gust at 10 meters to 61. We know we've already had a gust at 10 meters to 52 Morocco, 61 west of Madairyville. The peak gust at the Winnemac airport was 50. However, I did have a report winds of at least 60 northwest of Winnemac, and we are getting reports of high wind right now near the hospital and in downtown Winnemac from the line. And spotter says at least 50. So we know that core wind is headed for Kewanna. Now I want to focus on this core wind at Monon and see what we've had so we can warn people downstream. And it looks like our peak gust there at 10 meters, northeast of Monon. I think we got private observers. We got one station up that way that measures at 10 meters. And northeast of Monon, the last gust that we had, where the rain is coming down at 5 inches an hour. Well, we've had 2 inches of rain there so far. Okay, gust of 53. So we know that we're getting still decent gusts here. That's not considered severe, but it's awfully close to severe. So that core wind is, again, could go 60 or better at any time. So Sitka, Bell Center, you got to be ready downstream for that particular core of wind. So we know we've had a northeast of Monon. We know we've had a 53. We know that's moving in that direction and could get higher at any time. A little farther to the southwest, here's the tricky part. So when we look at the line, It's really not elongating back into Benton County much. The worst of the line is northeast of Round Grove all the way to Fulton. That's the worst of the line. We've got storms, Frankfort, Waynetown, Lafayette, but the worst of the line is really struggling back building here, and I think it's the cap. Note how these storms are really having a tough time around Williamsport. So there is some degree of question how hard Williamsport and Covington, Kingman will get it. And even Linden and Romney and West Point will get it with the main line here. So we got to watch that. I can tell you that there is wind surging out of this. When you look at the storm relative velocity, you see this dashed line here? That is the leading edge of the rain-cooled air. Now, the stronger winds, you can see, well, that's over here. It's over this way that we're getting all that. And over here. But back here, it may not be as strong, but we're still seeing a wind shift there. So given all that, and from what I'm seeing, the wind has shifted to the northeast in Benton County. The highest gust I have had in eastern Benton County has only been 31 miles an hour. It was 34 at Remington. It's been 31 in eastern Benton County with the gust front. So that is some good news there. And the highest gust we've had near Round Grove, from what I'm gathering, it looks like that highest gust has been, at least from that particular point, has been 33. So we will take that. We've already had gusts a little more than 60. So if we can get a 33, that's a good thing. And we don't want any damage. We don't want fields flattened. We don't want any of that. We want to have the least amount of wind damage as possible here. The worst of the storms are west of Brookston through Monticello, Royal Center, northern Cass County, and to about Fulton, right as I speak. Now, we've got other thunderstorms bubbling up, Lafayette, Clarks Hill, and West Crawford zone. Then beyond that, look at this. We just don't have anything out here going on. And this line's having trouble elongating to the west. So like I said, there is some degree of question about how much wind, how much severe weather we're going to get in the southwest. We know we're going to get it over here, no doubt about it. But some question here in the southwest, just what we're going to get. Now upstream, what we have here is, let's see here, I'm going to try to pop that back. There we go, pop that back on the screen. I'll pull Central Illinois. Let's do that. I'm trying to get the best vantage point. We've got some rain around Kankakee. Now here's my thing. One thing I do want to watch is, let's say this doesn't elongate and hit our southwest counties. Well, let's watch this here too. If the cap really breaks, who's to say that something won't develop here, given how hot and unstable it is down here? It is very warm and extremely humid down this way. I mean, right now, it is 87 degrees at Cayuga with a dew point of 80. And down at Rockville, we're in the mid-80s with a dew point of 75. Covington is 87 with a dew point of 78. So it's really unstable and hot down here. So we'll wait and see just what's going to happen there. 105 right now. Let's do a reset if you're just joining me. And I'm just, from my email and from comments, I'm getting a lot of questions about certain communities. In my email here, I've got, what about Flora? What about Delphi? And what about Monticello? What about Buffalo? What about Lafayette? So we're going to try to just get through all that. So first things first, there is a nasty line of severe storms from Denver, Mexico, Logansport, Burroughs, back to Brookston, near Round Grove, Monon area, Fulton. Extremely heavy rain. Rainfall rates of 5 inches per hour. We have significant flooding from Winnemac to Mexico and Peru underway, with flooded roads and streams that are flooding. And we're getting flash flooding now. Monticello, Logansport area, Chalmers, and even into like areas like around Royal Center and Monon from the tremendous rainfall rates. And this is the kind of rain, and these are the kind of storms that you just can't even drive through them. You just have to pull off. And heavy rains in Greentown and Galveston and Amboy too. And other storms north of Burlington and Frankfort, Rossville, Lafayette, Crawfordsville. Now those particular storms are not severe. They may be a hair gusty. We may have some small hail. The real severe storms are the ones that I've got circled right now. We've already had winds measured 60 or better in Pulaski County. It's very likely we've got damaging winds in cores in that line of storms. And you see all of the severe thunderstorm warnings we've got up. So I'm going to outline. It's pretty much, and I'm just going to outline all of this. It's pretty much this entire area that's got a severe thunderstorm warning. Anywhere outlined in green where I have the big X, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of a gust 60 or better and perhaps isolated gusts of hurricane force up to 75. Some small hail is possible, pea to dime size. Tornado risk is a little lower now, but it cannot completely be ruled out if an area rotation can really tighten and get organized. And that would be a brief EF0 to low-end EF1 spin up. You know, a little narrow tornado, 300 feet wide, tracks a half mile, winds of 95 miles an hour sort of thing. That's kind of where we are. Best news I have right now is that Benton County's, they canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. This thing's really struggling to elongate westward. And it's looking better for Warren County and Fountain, Vermilion, and at least for now, Park County. For now. For you, you know what I'd watch? I'd watch up here a little bit if something can develop there. We're capped down here. You know, I'm doing about 5 things at once, looking at reports and anemometers and all that. But I can tell you, my data here, there is a still pretty stout cap in our southwest counties induced by the smoke, even though it's extremely unstable and is primed for severe weather. Dew points are as high now as 81. We're just capped. Otherwise, we would be just getting absolutely hammered in our southwest. I mean, the main trigger for all this is we got an MCV pivoting through like that. So you would think you'd have just storms galore everywhere. But we do where the cap is gone and the smoke is gone. You know, Monticello, Logansport, all the way down to Colfax and in parts of Lafayette. So right now, the worst of it is definitely Monticello, Idaville, Yeoman, Rockfield, Logansport, Mexico, Chalmers, Brookston area. Intense storms are blowing through right now. And I've got just the storm relative velocity there. And again, gusts 60, 70, a few of hurricane force are possible. Not everybody's going to get winds of 60. Not everybody's going to get winds of 70 or 75, but some will. And what I've done here, I'm taking the high-res storm relative velocity, and we can really see where the best chance of damaging winds is located. So it is here. We see some damaging wind risk here, and also around Delphi, and you know, I would even say back here, around Brookston and southward. So these areas, all along here, there are cores of severe wind that will knock trees down, power lines, and if you get that hurricane force gust, you know, that's going to pull whole trees down and cause some roof damage to structures. So that's what we're watching, those cores of damaging wind right now. And we still have to watch for brief tornado risk. Again, If you see a little notch, like here and here, we're still going to watch those just little notches in the line. We are getting reports of some hail in the line too, with the wind. This is pea-size hail. The largest hail that we're detecting on radar anyway is northwest Idaville. And that's probably larger than a penny. And if you're going to get a gust of 60 or 70 or more and you got penny-sized hail, that could put a few dents in your car. You got to watch those rooftops, those shingles too. Otherwise, it's more peas and maybe dimes in the line, but it's, it's northwest Idaville. That looks to have the largest hail. I've already had reports in the Monticello area of, I've got peas and I've got marbles and I've got dimes being reported around and now just east of Monticello, and a lot of wind being reported too. And we'll get into the damaging wind here in a second that's being measured still. I'm going to leave it back on the screen here just like that. I'm going to circle the biggest severe weather threat right now. This is your biggest threat zone right now for damaging wind. And any of these other storms may be a little gusty and have a little bit of hail mixed up in them. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Howard and Tipton. So everybody from Miami, Cass, Carroll, White, Tippecanoe, Clinton, Tipton, Howard County, all under severe thunderstorm warnings for damaging wind gusts, some subsevere hail. Can't rule out a brief EF0 to low-end EF1 tornado or two at any point. If you're just joining me, the history of what the storms have produced, I have no doubt we've got some wind damage, but sometimes the reports are slow to come in, and also, the Weather Service has to type up these storm reports and send them out for them to pop up on the map. So when you're getting severe weather, you're not always going to get the reports. They're not going to pop up on the map. So I try to give you real-time data, real-time information here. We had a gust of 50 just east of Rochester. We've had a gust of 52 at Morocco. Now, the gust was only 39 at Lake Village when it came through, 61 west of Medaryville, 53 northeast of Monon. Round Grove was only 33. Fowler really didn't get much, 31 mile per hour gust. And then I had that estimated plus 60 mile per hour wind reported northwest of Winnemac. The airport gusted to 50, though, at Winnemac. And now that wind is coming into Miami, Cass, northern Carroll. It's in southeastern White counties. And so it's moving through these school districts right now as of 1:14. Pam is saying nice storm, wind, but nothing horrible in Monticello. I had some reports of pea and dime hail in the Monticello area and a lot of wind. Again, not everybody's going to get the severe winds, but there are cores of damaging wind in the storm. And my thinking is that the biggest wind cores in these storms, I'm going to try to zoom in because I know some of you are saying I can't see the city names. I put so many towns on these maps that if I made the letters big, it would just cloud the whole map up. So just trying my best to do the best I can in zooming in for you. The main area of severe winds, it's where you've got these really deep red cores. Those are where the really strong updrafts are, and then even the wind surging out here towards West Lafayette, and Round Grove. Some of these winds are pretty intense coming out of these storms, but I would say it's these letters, or these areas with the X, those are the ones that have the best shot of really bringing in your damaging winds. And those are moving through like the Delphi School District. They're moving into the Carroll School District right now. They're approaching the Rossville area district too. And it's going to be in Frontiers and eventually part of West Lafayette, TSC's school district, and Lafayette school district. Now, this is today's main event right here. This is the main line coming through the area. Now, I still have to watch our southwest counties. We got to watch upstream for that to see if we get more storms to form. But it's Round Grove northeastward with this line moving southeast that is really a big event today. And there's where the damaging winds are located. They are approaching Rossville right now, approaching Americus and Galveston and Deer Creek and the Bunker Hill area. All these areas under severe thunderstorm warning. The city of Lafayette is under severe thunderstorm warning. Now the worst is Buck Creek, Americus, and northeastward. And we're struggling with storms on the west side of this here. You can see we just don't have much Otterburn and southwestward because we're still very capped. It's very hard to get much to go up out here. We've mixed the smoke out in the cap. We don't have that over here. The storms are going straight up, but we're really struggling out here on the southwest areas. Now, that doesn't mean you're out of the woods, because what I would do if I were in Petersburg, Williamsport, or Hedrick, or Fowler, I would watch what's going to happen up here with these, because this is coming through. Though we got to watch back here, because that could develop into something, because it is so incredibly unstable and hot back here. We're pushing 90 in our southwest counties, and the dew points are 81. I mean, it's just absurdly oppressive. Power is out now in parts of Carroll County. Now, I just got a report from Flora that the power is out. When we look at outages, I'll pop up some outages real quick, and then I want to get back to tracking here. Per the Duke Energy site, the biggest cluster of outages that we have is right around Royal Center right now. It's in western Cass County, northeastern White County. That's where it's really clustered with outages. Okay. And we're just trying to pop the data up here. And when we go to just all power companies in general, certainly the biggest outages are in Lake County, Indiana, but we've got 1,500 people without power in Newton County. We've got more than 2,300 households without power in Jasper County, more than 1,000 in Pulaski. We've got nearly 1,700 without power in Fulton County. Cass County is now up to 300 households, and more than 300 households in Miami County. And then there's Carroll County, specifically 196 outages right now. So the outages are piling up, and the highest number is currently in Jasper County, from where we've got damaging winds that have occurred. This complex is looking increasingly messy, but we're still likely getting some damaging gusts from sheer water loading. And the highest threat of damaging wind, I would say right now, and I'm going to back this up with actual data measurements, it's really southern Cass and central Carroll County. But even in Tippecanoe County, these are pretty good gusts right here, actually. And this is a core of high wind that's likely severe. And this is likely a core of high wind that's severe. And we may be getting some wind that's kind of surging outward pretty quickly. You can see the wind is already coming into Rossville. So I'm going to highlight these areas right here of wind, and this really extends all the way back to West Lafayette. But the yellow is certainly the highest gust, but there's some decent wind that extends back into Lafayette. We've already had a gust of 50 east of Rochester. We've had a gust to 53 northeast of Monon. We've had reports of winds exceeding 60 in Winnemac. The gust was 50 at the Winnemac Airport, 61 west of Madairyville. The winds are sustained at 31 at Flora right now, even though it looks like maybe the highest wind has just exited your area. Now the winds are sustained at 49 at Flora, and winds are gusting to 52. So at the Flora Airport, we are getting winds sustained at 49 and gusts of 52. So we may get a gust of more than 60. That was a quick snapshot. We've had 0.15 of an inch of rain. The very high winds likely in that storm, now approaching Cutler. So we're going to be tracking the wind into Cutler as well. I've had reports that you about get blown off the road here in parts of Tippecanoe County from some of this wind. South of Montmorency, the wind is still southwest at last check. We'll see how high the wind gets at the Purdue Airport, but it's really that northeast side of Lafayette, parts of West Lafayette, and moving towards Rossville. A lot of wind in Rossville. I don't have a measurement, but I'm getting reports of a lot of wind there right now. Yeah, winds are still sustained. We'll get another update soon, but still sustained at 49 at Flora. And I can hear the wind here at the house. Again, some of these winds in Greater Lafayette look pretty intense on radar. We're probably getting gusts 50 miles an hour in places. Winds are sustained about 40 at Galveston right now. That was the last measurement that I got. Okay. And pretty gusty out here in eastern Benton County, even though there's just not much happening storm-wise there. And the winds are moving southward, so you can kind of track the wind here. Let's go back. We'll pull up the Indy radar. So you can see where the higher winds are located. Power is out between Brookston and Chalmers. Strong wind by the Purdue Airport. We're getting flooding now in Carroll County. Significant flooding being reported in northern Cass County. No power in Camden. So right now the highest gusts are here and likely right in this zone here, and even quite a bit of gustiness around Rossville back to Lafayette, and some coming now into northeastern Warren County. So I would say, we may have some 50 mile per hour gusts perhaps in this zone, but this is our best shot of 60 or better right in these places here. And out here, there may be a few gusts of 40. That's the way it's looking right now. No significant wind 2 miles south of Delphi, but heavy rain. Very good information. Yeah, it looks like the highest wind is kind of southeast and south of Delphi from what I'm seeing. Again, just reading reports. A lot of reports coming in. Lots and lots of data coming in. Chair on our porch just took a flight between 26th and Division Road. Still very calm in Concord. Yeah, it's just north of you. Very windy in Onward. Very windy in Burlington. I'm going to look at some more gusts because we've got some wind that's going to be coming over a weather station in northern Clinton County. So we'll see how high the wind we get there. And sometimes it takes a few minutes for this to update. Power out in Camden, very, very strong wind, and they had hail. pea-sized hail. Very strong wind. Let's see. But they don't give me a location. Very strong wind here. I'm trying to figure out what location they're talking about. And getting windy in Shadeland. We can see the wind surging out from these storms right here. The outflow boundary. But the worst of it is certainly right over here. This is where the really high wind is located. And these cores of light green and almost white color. Those are the severe gusts. It's windy in Greater Lafayette, but really you got to go east to get into the severe gusts. And the winds are a little bit less as you go westward into northern Warren and southeastern Benton County. And a lot of power out, everyone. A lot of power out in Newton County. You know, we've got more than 2,300 households out in Jasper County. More than 1,400 out in Newton County, Pulaski County. We've exceeded 1,000. And we're pushing 1,700 Fulton, Cass, and Miami, 300 or greater outages, and pushing 200 Carroll County. We've got almost 190,000 people, or 190,000 customers without power in Lake County, Indiana. 61,000 in Porter County, 33,000 in LaPorte County, St. Joseph County, 3,400, 2,200 Marshall County, Stark County, more than 5,000. Now that's significant for Stark County where the population is less. And in these counties with lower population, when you think about it, Newton County, more than 1,400 households is a lot for that county. And same thing in Pulaski, more than 1,000, and more than 2,300 in Jasper County. So let's go back to our reflectivity. And there it is, you know, not much happening in the southwest. You're really dodging a bullet right now in western Tippecanoe, Benton, Warren, Fountain, and Montgomery counties. Tree limbs down, corn sideways in northern Clinton County. Yep. Yeah, it's very gusty in Greater Lafayette, but certainly it is northern Clinton County, far eastern Tippecanoe, Carroll, Howard, southern Cass, with just torrential flooding rainfall and water-loaded severe gusts in this area. So there's where we are as of 128. It's sagging southeastward. So it's already storming at Kirkland, but the main area of storms is just off to your northwest. So this is the main deal right here. Flooding rain, wind, and I've still got my eye on brief tornado risk, but really it's water-loaded, local, almost microburst type gusts that are embedded in this is what I'm seeing right now. And they're all occurring where you have the brighter red areas and the highest amount of recent cloud-to-ground lightning, where those gusts are loading. Now out here, Greater Lafayette, all the way back to northern Warren, it's a little gusty. There's a gust front or outflow boundary coming through, winds north or northeast. But we're not getting what they're getting in Rossville and areas east of there and northeast of there. Where the severe thunderstorm warnings are still up. You can see them here, right here. I'm going through all the warnings that are up. Eastern Tippecanoe, Carroll, Clinton, Howard, Tipton, Miami, Cass. Again, some gusts, 60, 70, maybe isolated, 75 or a little more. And small sub-severe hail in some places. You see it right there. There's a little bit of hail mixed in here and there. Galveston, Carrollton, West Middleton, Sedalia, east of Rossville, even around Kirkland, and some pea-sized hail in eastern Tippecanoe County, right there on Highway 26 near Piermont, right in that zone. I can doing my best to zoom in as much as I can for you. And there are the severe storms. I can pinpoint in more detail where the highest winds are likely located, that light green. So it's near Bunker Hill, Kokomo, Forest, headed for Michigan Town, just northeast of Mulberry, Rossville. You know, it's this whole area. That's the zone I'm watching for severe gusts, really. And it's all moving southeastward toward Sharpsville, Tipton, Greentown, Frankfort, Kirkland, Colfax area. Back here, yes, it's gusty, no doubt about it. Maybe gusts up to 50. And then back here, the winds, maybe 40 miles an hour back towards Warren County from the north and northeast with a lack of rain. That's just the outflow boundary. But it's this zone here that I'm most concerned about, and where the power outages are going to mount. The power outages are mounting in Carroll County. And again, remember Carroll County's population. In Lake County, 185,000 sounds like a lot, but there are a lot of people that live in Lake County, Indiana. Carroll County, not nearly as many people, but we've got, we're pushing 2,300 households without power in Carroll County right now from the storms. And we're pushing 400 in Cass, 322 in Miami, around 1,000 in Pulaski, pushing 2,400 in Jasper, and over 1,400 in Newton County. So the biggest outages we have right now, Jasper and Carroll County. So I have no doubt that these are severe gusts that are 60 or better coming right into northern and northeastern Clinton County, parts of Howard County right now. We'll go back. I want to go through the wind data to see what we've had wind-wise in Carroll County. I know at the Flora Airport for a while the wind was sustained at 49, but the data has not updated. It's still stuck there. We've only measured 1/1500ths of an inch of rain per this latest data. So we're going to have to wait a little bit and see what we end up with there. But we know that area, that intense 60 plus wind core was nearby, very nearby. And the data has just not updated. The last update, we had 1/1500ths of an inch of rain. The temperature had cooled into the upper 60s and the winds were gusting to 52. When that data updates, we should have another update on the wind. So one storm has already gone through Frankfort. We had some decent gusts with it and some hail. That was about 25 minutes ago. Thank you, Anthony, for that. We saw that storm. The main line is now coming in from the northwest. The highest gusts are just northeast of Frankfort and north of Frankfort, and then pushing towards Kokomo. A lot of power is out in Carroll County. I mean, you're looking at more than 2,200 households without power in Carroll County right now. So that gives you an idea of the magnitude of the wind that we're getting from the storms in that county. Looks like weather station. I'm just trying to read what we're getting here. No power out, no AT&T service in Flora. We just had a gust of 38 east of Geedingsville at not Middleton, Middle Fork. That's right where 29 and 26 cross. I know I'm going to check the station northeast of Cutler. The peak gust there was 60. So we've had a gust of 60 near Cutler. Probably have limbs and trees down near that area. So if we've got 60 here where that hand is, no update from the Flora Airport. The last check was 52. Middle Fork was 38 so far here. Let's see what we've had. And I'm going to be tracking this thing in the northeast Clinton County. So we'll get a good wind measurement there. Now, weather station, there is one southwest of Rossville, and the wind was sustained at 46 a few minutes ago. So if we know it was sustained at 46, we know the gusts were a lot higher than that. Power is out in Sheridan now. So if we know we were sustained at 46 here, we had a 60 here, not updating, but we had a 52 up here at least. We know there was a 61 west of Madairyville. We know that we are getting damaging wind cores in the line. And we're getting absolute torrential rainfall. Power is out now in Frankfort as the main line is coming in. The main line is here. Right there it is. This is the biggest part coming through, the best chance of damaging wind. These storms down here, though, could still produce hail. These are pulsing up actually pretty well. These may have some pretty decent gusts. We've got power out in Sheridan right now. We'll do a quick scan of these while we're tracking the line as well. So there could be a few decent gusts from these farther south. It looks like we've got a little outflow boundary from these down here. And then there's the leading edge of the wind from these nasty storms coming in from the north. And then you got another little boundary kind of out here. The wind surging out of the storms this way. These are probably gusts 30, 40, maybe to 50 here, but the worst of it is definitely right here, I would say, where I've got that big X on the screen. Though please be aware, I'm seeing little gusty areas coming out of these storms down to the south. They're gusting out, so we may very well have some winds to 50. We may very well have some hail mixed up in these. We see some P and even some dime cores and penny cores developing. And we're getting hail up here with the line, especially northeast of Frankfort. Looks like some P's and dimes at that little core west of Avery, northeast of Frankfort. If we're getting winds knocking out power and getting trees knocked down up here, if we're getting hail up to quarter size or nickel size, that's going to cause some shingle damage, and you got to watch your siding and your cars too, just northeast of Frankfort. Go back in here. It is 1:38 right now, still tracking severe storms in the area. Now, all of the severe weather is down here. And got to watch some of these renegades too that are really pulsing up Sheridan back to north of Lebanon. Some gusty winds, a little hail on those, but this is the main deal with severe wind gusts. Going through Frankfort, Kempton, Sharpsville, Rushville, Forest, Michigantown right now, and sagging southward. We are lucking out in Romney and Lafayette and all the way back into Benton County. We're so capped, we just can't get anything to go up here. And then behind these severe storms, we've got rain, and we've got one little random thunderstorm up here northwest of Monticello that's not severe. But this is rain and thunder and lightning, and my, do we have flooding. There is significant flooding going on right up here in this zone, and quite a bit of flash flooding even all through here. Where that X is and where you see the two X's, that is some really bad flooding with up to 8 inches of rain since 4 a.m. Really significant there. Now, here is the thing. I'm gonna segue to something real quick. If you're in Williamsport, Pine Village, Oxford, Fowler, you haven't really been hit hard. West Point, same thing. Wingate, Crawfordsville, Waveland, Rockville, Newport. You're capped, and it's still smoky out here. It's not smoky and capped over here. It's kind of mixed out. I want you to keep something in mind. The outflow boundary from these storms has made it over here. That has mixed out some of the smoke. So if we can get rid of the cap over here, we've got to watch these storms up here because these are moving southeastward. And it is pushing 90 degrees down here with a dew point of 81. It is really hot, and you talk about extreme instability. this area is primed for severe weather, all the way almost to Lafayette. I mean, it's primed. And here's the other thing. You know, once these push southeast, some of this extreme instability is actually going to try to advect back northeastward and push back towards Thorntown, Frankfort, Lafayette, Brookston, Remington, and Brook. So given all that, since we have another line of storms forming here, if we can get this area to reprime itself, where I've got the dashed line and circle, and where it's already really unstable, this area could be hit with this line of storms. Now, I had someone comment on here, another weather outlet is saying this is a derecho. We need to look at all the wind reports and see the link. There are very specific criteria that govern what a derecho is. So it takes certain criteria. I mean, if we were still getting, we can see the wind goes back to Iowa, right here, and we're still getting damaging wind into our area. So you've got to measure how long it is and the duration of it and the consistency of hurricane force gusts. We got to see that in the bow. So I think if we're not there, we're close, but we got to wait and see how close we are in terms of what constitutes an official derecho. I feel like the term derecho is a term kind of tossed around a lot. And a lot of times when you see it, like on Facebook, you see it online, a lot of mets just call them derechos. Well, they're very specific in their criteria and in their in terms of duration, and you got to see what the winds have been. I mean, no doubt about it. These are derecho type winds we've had in northern Illinois. No doubt about it. Gusts to 96 miles an hour near Joliet, Illinois. We've had gusts in Lake County, near hurricane force. We're getting damage reports just starting to trickle in from the Weather Service. Roselawn, White County here, Idaville tree damage. And there'll be more to come as the line moves southeastward. But it could be derecho, but we're going to look back and just see where we are in terms of the measured gust, if it constitutes a derecho. Now, in this situation, yes, indeed, ring of fire pattern like this, you've got really hot air here or the hot air flirting with us. Yeah, these derechos blow up and they ride the periphery, and it could very well end up that classification too. Certainly, it's a nasty line of storms, and it's curving towards Indianapolis too. The worst of it now is in Clinton and Tipton County. We've got a nice lulling period. Yes, there's thunder and lightning, and unfortunately more rain and flooded areas off to the north and northwest. But the worst of it is Clinton and Tipton and northern Boone County right now for the best chance of getting gusts that reach or exceed 60 miles an hour. And then, like I said, we've got to watch this right here for especially the western half of our forecast area. So, 144 right now. We've had winds measured as high as 61 miles an hour. I would bet there are a few other places that have certainly had higher wind gusts than that. From a radar standpoint, it surely looked like we were getting a few little gusts plus 60 to 75. But from wind equipment that's mounted 10 meters up in an open area, wide open area that is, the highest gusts we've had, 61 west of Maderryville. We had an estimate northwest of Winnemac, gusts exceeding 60. At northeast of Cutler, we had a measured gust of 60. And then southwest of Rossville, one of our spotters had a sustained wind at 46. But no idea of the gust, but the wind was sustained at 46 miles an hour. So the gust was probably much higher than that. The severe thunderstorm warnings right now are for, far southeastern Tippecanoe, Clinton, Tipton counties, and far southern Howard County. What was the highest wind gauge near Camp Tecumseh? I would have to look at that. I mean, we only have certain gauges that are standardized and are the right height. I mean, we need to look at the data here, and I'll go back and loop this so you can kind of see. So here we are. There is the wind surging out of that storm. Do you see it right there? And zooming in as best as I can for you. There it is. See it surging right there, surging southeastward. It's like a bowling ball of wind right here. And some cores, again, more than 60. I have no doubt about that. And this is a good point from Justin. You got to remember, some kids will be getting out of school, and some homes, the air conditioning's not on. The power is out. There are probably some schools. I mean, if you don't have a generator, some probably don't have power right now. But that's that bowling ball, that core damaging wind coming out. And I would say from Mary Kate, from Camp Tecumseh, in Clinton County anyway, we've had multiple gusts, probably more than 60 miles an hour. South of Monticello, she's wanting to know near the White County Airport. I mean, I can pull up the White County Airport here. At last check, it was not updating, but I can pull it back up and see if we can get an update from the White County Airport. Let's see here. We don't have an LSR or weather report from the Weather Service just yet, and we'll look and see. Okay, the latest report from White County. Okay, we get rain and 65. The last check, the gust at the White County Airport that would have been 115. The gust was 40 miles an hour. But again, that doesn't mean that southeast of Monticello there wasn't a gust of 60. I mean, if you look at this map, and I'll show you here, and we'll loop this and pause on that point. We'll go back and go right there, somewhere right in here. So if you look at this map, there's Monticello. White County Airport is down here near Golden Gate. So it's 40 there, but we know up here it was 53, and we know up towards Madeiraville it was 61. So when you look here, this gust near Chalmers was probably higher than the airport from a radar standpoint. This core north of Idaville, right here, that was the highest gust I think we had in White County. And we'll go forward, and you can see it right there, Rockfield, Burroughs, Camden area, Flora. Really high winds, and some pretty high winds around Rossville. The lighter green and the whites here. And now those damaging winds are dropping southward. So the worst of the winds, southeast Clinton, northern, northeast Boone, northwest Hamilton, and Tipton counties right now. In terms of outages, power outages, we are now up to more than 2,500 customers without power in Carroll County, Cass County, 341, Miami County, 342. It's about 1,000 in Pulaski. Jasper County, more than 2,400, 1,400 now in Newton County. If you've got friends or relatives farther north, now there are more people in Lake County, but the outage count is 186,000 and 61,000 Porter, Stark, almost 5,900, 2,900 Marshall, St. Joe, more than 11,000 without power. The rest of the area looks pretty good right now. We are just now starting to, the outage information is coming into White County. We've got 268 households without power. And these, you're asking how many in White and Carroll with REMC. These numbers cover everyone. So it's Duke. It is, I have Carroll White, I've got I've got NIPSCO, I've got Jasper County, Warren County, Harrison REMC. I've got every REMC in this count that I've gone through. So that's total of everything. Small hail in Sheridan right now. So to answer that question from one of our viewers here, more than likely some schools are without power given the sheer number of customers that are out. It is pushing 2 now. It's 1:50. Here's where we stand as of 1:50. There are your severe thunderstorm warnings in the polygons. I'm going to zoom in as much as I can. I know that's some of you have said I just can't read the towns. Again, to kind of repeat if you're just joining me, if I make these city names larger, you can't see the data very well. And if you just put big town names of all the towns, it is, it clouds up everything. So I've got to make them a little bit smaller. So I'm kind of taking the middle road here. I can show as many towns as possible, but yet at the same time, you still need to be able to see the data. So you can see that right here. So I'm going to do my best for you. So the damaging winds and some cores more than 60 are now right here and dropping like a bowling ball southward. Some of this wind is surging out here in Montgomery County. We've got a little outflow boundary here. Now, right on the tail end of this, where it's not doing as much, south of Clarks Hill, we may have some gusts up around 50. And then over here, it's closer to 40 miles an hour right there, surging out from the northeast. So the most pertinent information we have right now is that we've got damaging winds still underway in our southeast counties. It's Sheridan, Lebanon, Tipton, Kirkland, Kempton, and Michigantown. And the outages are going to be mounting in Clinton County for sure. And this is all sagging down towards Indy. Now here's the other thing. There could be a little small hail mixed up in this too. Peas, maybe a few dimes. That can't be ruled out. It's not severe hail, but my biggest thing here is the wind. That hail south of Sheridan, maybe some dimes and pennies, and north of Lebanon. The rest is kind of peas and maybe a few dimes. But this is wind. I don't even see tornado risk here. This is all damaging wind. And the highest threat I see right now is right here, northern Hamilton County around Sheridan, and now moving into northern Boone County. It looks like we're seeing a transition out of Clinton, out of Tipton, and it's going to be moving our forecast area here pretty soon. But where you see that really intense cloud to ground lightning, that's where the wind energy is likely reaching the ground, 60 or better in terms of the wind. Behind it, still a lot of heavy rain, and boy, do we have flooding. We've got flash flooding, Tipton, Clinton, all the way northward. And the worst of the flooding, I mean, I'm getting rainfall amounts of 1.75 inches in parts of eastern Clinton County anyway. I'm getting some 1 to 2 inch amounts of rainfall in southern Cass County, but you get up towards Peru and we're pushing 5 inches of rain. We've had 3 inches of rain at 12 Mile. We're pushing 5 at Royal Center. North side of Logansport has had almost 3. Northeast of Monon, 2.25. Flooding, we're getting just a lot of significant flooding reports out of Winnemac. Many roads closed, many ditches and creeks overflowing. We've had more than 6 inches of rain since 4 a.m. at the Winnemac Airport. I'm now getting reports of more than 7 inches of rain just southwest of Winnemac since 4 a.m. Rochester's had 2 inches. We've had 6 inches of rain at Kewanna, 5.98 inches. Marshtown's had 5.11. We've had 3.5 at Fulton, almost 3 south of Rochester, but east of Rochester, just 1 inch of rain. So we'll wipe the totals back on the screen for you all and keep tracking. So there are your storm totals. So we can see in Clinton County, yep, some good 1, 2, 2.5 inch amounts are coming in. Eastern Howard, big amounts coming in, 3 inches. Carroll County, it's a mix of 1 inch and a few 2-inch amounts on the far northeast. But this is the area, Peru up to Winnemac, really significant flooding going on, that band. Some places more than 7 inches of rain. Road washed out at 350 South near Winnemac. I would venture to say there are other roads washed out in Pulaski County. In Peru, we've got tree down on West Main Street. We've got tree damage at Idaville. We also have tree limbs down at Roselawn. We had the 61 mile per hour wind gust west of Madeiryville, the 60 mile per hour gust near Cutler, and multiple pea and dime hail reports. I think I had 1 penny-sized hail report. In terms of the wind, what kind of wind have we had? I gave you a few reports right there. Again, I'm trying to just pull more data for you here. Okay. Give me one moment. I just want to make sure I'm getting all the information I need. If Frankfurt has gusted to 50, the Purdue Airport has gusted to actually 47. So even without, 63 miles an hour at the Purdue Airport. So that's fascinating to me. Because if you look here, if you look close, there was not much rain at the Purdue Airport, but we still had a gust to 63. The gust at the White County Airport, though, was only 40. The gust at Grissom was 39. Rochester was 41. Rensselaer was 43. These are at the airports. I'm going to go through other airport data too. But that's very interesting that the wind got that high at the Purdue Airport. Let me look and see what we had south of Montmorency. That wasn't even associated with much of the heavy storms. Let's look. I want to look at some other wind data from near the airport. So south of Montmorency, the peak gust was 40. And then we go up to the Purdue Ag Farm, and the peak gust was, well, it's not reading right now. So I don't have a reading from that particular weather station. So it appears that, even outside of these storms, where we are not getting very good velocity data because, well, there's just not much rain, we still had a 63 at the Purdue Airport. Now, the Throckmorton Farm, south of Lafayette on 231, the highest gust was 26. Now, that anemometer is not very high, and it's kind of got trees around it, but, we still, it's still being blustery there. Okay, gusts, lines, trees, branches down across Clinton County, gusts 65 miles an hour in Frankfurt. I will be able to pull up the data from Michigan Town. And some of the stations are down because I think there's just power outages in multiple locations. Some of the highest wind was right near that Avery and Michigan Town area. So that's pretty close to where we got a 10-meter station that's up. So that's going to be a good wind reading that I'm going to pull up. Okay, northeast of Michigan Town had a wind gust to 70. So that makes sense that we're getting so many reports of utility power lines down, utility lines, whatnot, and tree damage across Clinton County. Okay, so we've got that's the highest gust so far, 70. northeast of Michigan Town. So some of those types of gusts are now moving into Hamilton County and northeast Boone County right as we speak. The highest gust at the Frankfurt airport was 50, though. But there's no doubt that there were probably similar gusts to that 70 in Clinton County. Okay, when first I'm getting reports, limbs down all over yard near the Klondike area in Tippecanoe County. This is very interesting because, yeah, the worst of the storms were east of Lafayette, and it was right on the outflow boundary. Let's go back. I'm going to pull up storm relative velocity again. We'll pull the Indianapolis radar. The highest wind just about to exit Boone County. It's around Whitestown, just north of the Indy Executive Airport and just south of Sheridan. That's where the highest wind is. This is the outflow boundary right here that curves all the way back here in Illinois, where the wind has surged out. Now, what's fascinating to me is that actually produced, again, if you're just joining me, that downed limbs near Klondike and produced a 63 mile per hour gust at the Purdue airport. So let's go back. So this is about the time that occurred. All your big wind is east of there, but we also have to remember that the radar is judging how fast raindrops are moving. So if we don't have a lot of raindrops, pretty tough read, but still impressive that we got that much wind west of the line. So I want to look also at some of these gusts even around Attica and Pine Village, because it looked like most of the gusts are probably 40 or 50, but we had that 63 at the airport. Lafayette Timber House Airport, which is southeast of the Purdue airport, closer to Concord, the highest gust at that location was 42. So we had 42 southeast of the airport. And then east of Attica, with that outflow boundary, again, I'll move this forward for you so you can see where the damaging wind is now. It's starting to just pull away out of our area. Wipe the reflectivity back on the screen. Kirkland, Atlanta, Sheridan, Lebanon, still under the severe thunderstorm warning, getting reports of pea-sized hail and winds of 60 miles an hour at Lebanon. That's going to pass right over weather station there at Lebanon. We'll see how high the winds get at 10 meters. But yeah, 42. So it was 42 down here, 63 up here. I had a 40 south of Montmorency too. So let's do a reset. I'm going through a lot of wind data here just to kind of review the storms that went through. And what I'll do, I'm going to loop the whole thing for you right now. There it is. There's the line rolling southward on the periphery of the hot upper ridge. The highest gust, if you're just joining me, it's 204. Kids are getting out of school. We've got kids that are, have athletic events after school. I know some schools that are getting out. Perhaps it's their first day getting out early. I know Central Catholic here in Lafayette. Some of the elementary schools are getting out actually a little bit earlier today. So as of that time, and students getting out soon, the good news I have is that the main intense line is pushing out of our area just in time for a lot of the kids to get out of school. The bad news is we have got a lot of power out in the area. So there are going to be some kids that will be coming home from school that the power's out at home. AT&T is out in parts of Carroll County too. So we've got that issue. We've got outages now in Newton County. Now these are all the REMCs, all the power companies. 1,400 Newton County, more than 2,600 households in Jasper County, almost 1,000 in Pulaski, almost 200 in Fulton, 328 in Cass, 322 customers out in Miami County. Carroll County's got some really big outages. I mean, when you think of the population of the county and the number of customers without power, it's significant at nearly 2,600. In White County, we've got nearly 300 customers without power as well. And now Tippecanoe County has 500 without power. Clinton County is now up to about 100, which I honestly thought we'd have more than that, but the data may be catching up because I know we've had a lot of damaging wind in Clinton County. But even though Tippecanoe County has not necessarily been hit hard with big storms, big heavy rain, the outflow boundary, the gust front that came through from the storms, produced winds of up to 63 miles an hour. So we've got some limbs down. I had reports of limbs down out by the airport and all the way to Klondike. And again, we've got 500 customers without power right now. You have avoided the storms in Benton, Warren, and Fountain, Vermilion, and Park, and a lot of Montgomery for the most part, other than a couple of renegades. And you've had some gustiness too. As a matter of fact, I do see east of Attica, we had a wind gust of 41 miles an hour with the gust front. And 40 miles an hour at Pine Village, west of Pine Village. So, you know, it's not been as bad there. And the gust east of Fowler was actually ended up being 42 for a final gust. So that outflow boundary did produce some gustiness and of course, again, locally severe wind. So I just want to prepare you for what the kids are headed home for. And buses, there is flash flooding going on in parts of the area now. Anywhere that's gotten hit with that line has had, a lot of places have had some flash flooding, but we've had now up to 7.5 inches of rain from, northeast Jasper through Pulaski, northern Cass, and into parts of Miami County, southwestern Fulton. This area has had anywhere from 4 to 7.5 inches of rain. We have had reports of roads being washed out in Pulaski County. We have got lots of flooding going on, water over roads, creeks, ditches flooding here. This is rain that's fallen since 4 o'clock this morning. And it's still raining there moderately. Now, the best news I have for that area is that the back edge of the rain is here, and this line of storms won't impact you quite as much. Now, areas that will impact, that's what we got to get into now, because the worst of it's now in southeastern Boone. This line is moving southeastward. It is extremely hot and unstable down here where the X is. Right now, we've had the outflow boundary go through to cool things a little bit. Because at Pine Village right now, I've actually got a temperature of 70. And it's 68 at Fowler. And it's 72 east of Attica. But Covington's 87 degrees. And it is 88 at Cayuga with a dew point of 80. Rockville is 86. We are 86 with a dew point of 76. Way down at Newmarket, it is 85 with a dew point, look here, 85 with a dew point of 78. And the wind's northeast and pretty brisk at Crawfordsville. It's 80 degrees, and we're getting some drier air mixing down a little bit. The dew points have dropped into the lower 70s. That's typical when you get a gust front through. It will mix some of the drier air down. The dew points will drop just a hair. Now the thinking is, it's so hot and unstable where that X is, that hot and unstable air with winds out of the southwest here, this really hot and unstable air and this outflow boundary will start to migrate back northeastward a little bit. So the hot and unstable air is going to try to re-expand northeastward. Not only that, but we've got this line of storms, Kentland to south of Pontiac, Illinois. And again, that's moving southeastward. So if we are pulling really unstable air in, this dashed line like that, and the line is moving southeastward, it's going to get into that boiling instability. And the line will likely try to follow it. So if the boiling instability ends up about right here, why the line's going to try to follow it like this. You're going to, with the track southeastward. So I really think Tippecanoe, Benton, Montgomery County, westward corridor still has the risk of severe storms for several more hours as this line comes through. Now here's the other quandary. It's pretty darn capped down here right now. Now this area is not. Like over here, we've mixed the smoke out, we've mixed the cap, we don't have it anymore. But over here, we still have some of that right here. So we need to weaken it, get rid of it if we're going to get these storms to fully access the instability and get to their fullest severity. And that could happen here. We're going to just have to do nowcasting. We're going to have to watch what this line does from Watseka to Kentland. We got to watch that southwestern area because you're not finished yet. Now, we're rain cooled over here. We're stabilized back here. Now, there's still going to be some rain and a few thunderstorms, but the main area I'm looking at is over here right now. So that's where we stand. Now it's 2:15, right as we speak. And the last of the severe winds are going out of Boone County. And I'll do one last check before those exit the forecast area. One thing I'm noticing behind these storms, it's cooling off significantly. Dew points have mixed down into the low to mid 60s, and temperatures are as low as 64 degrees. So that tells me there was a little residual dry air with these storms coming in at the mid levels that it only enhanced the wind threat. You start to storm, you rain through that dry layer, you cool it, you enhance it, you brush it down to the ground. We've already had a report of gusts to 60 at Lebanon. Now to the south of Lebanon, it doesn't look like the storms are quite as bad there, but we can still get the wind reading. Again, Lafayette was outside of the storms, and we still had a gust to 63 at the airport. Let's see what we've had here. So far, I'm only getting a gust of 43. We'll see if that gets higher, but that's been the last gust that we've had, is 43 miles an hour. They're just to the southeast of Lebanon. It may be higher than that, but the last check, that gust was 60 at Lebanon, right there, with pea-sized hail. All right, so where do we go from here, right? 2:15, the really nasty line has come through. We've got wind damage. More wind damage reports are going to come in. We've got scattered trees, power lines, limbs down over many portions of the area. We've had pea to dime and even little penny-sized hail. The highest measured gusts so far, northeast of Michigan town, 70. The Purdue Airport, 63. Even just on the tail end of all this, 52 Morocco, 61 west of Marysville, 53 northeast of Monon, 42 Fowler, 40 Round Grove, 50 miles an hour east of Rochester. We did have estimates of more than 60 miles an hour wind gusts at Winnemac. And southwest of Winnemac, gust of 50 at the Winnemac Airport, 60 northeast of Cutler measured. Didn't get a gust at southwest of Rossville, but that station was sustained at 46. So we may well have had a gust more than 50 or 60 there. Frankfurt Airport gusted to 50. Lafayette Timber House Airport gusted to 42. Lebanon's gusted to 60. East of Attica, 41. South of Montmorency, gust of 40. Northwest of Pine Village, 40. So that's where we stand in wind. I'm sure there were other severe gusts in the area, but that's where we are right now. And if you've got any severe weather reports, greatly appreciated. You can message me on Facebook, send me that information, or email me. But really messaging me is the best bet. I'll go through all of those. Again, if you're just joining me, Newton County, again, I'll repeat this, 1,400 without power, more than 2,600 customers in Jasper County without power, near 1,000 in Pulaski, 168 Fulton now, 255 Miami, 328 customers without power. Carroll County, nearly 2,600. That's significant for Carroll County. We're fine in Benton, Fountain, Vermilion, Park. Montgomery County actually has 119. Tippecanoe, almost 500. We're waiting on Clinton County to update. I would venture to say there's a lot more than nearly 100 without power in Clinton County. And also Boone County, there's hardly any. That will update. Howard County, hardly any, and nothing in Tipton County. But the updates will come in. And probably in Montgomery County, that was the gust front that came through. That's just the rain-cooled air surging out of the storms. We do have some wind equipment in Montgomery County, so we can see how high the wind got there. Okay, I've got... Again, we're still looking where I'm going through all the reports here. Bear with me. Okay. Still going through them. Okay. Yeah, the highest gust I see actually in northeast Montgomery County, I do see there was a 34. The 34 mile per hour gust at Darlington. But again, I'm sure other gusts were higher than that. Because right now that gust front is moving through southern Montgomery County. And one of my spotters down there says, let's see. Yeah, he says they're getting gusts more than 35. And then I've got another station down here north of Whitesville. The wind is northeast, and we're getting gusts to 33. So that makes sense right now. Okay. And it's not made it to Covington yet. It's still 86 with a dew point of 80 in Covington. It is absolute boiling there. Okay. So we've got this event through. Now we've got to watch what's brewing up here to the north. And this is something we've been talking about since we were tracking this thing in the northwest part of the forecast area. So this line is strengthening pretty rapidly. We see it right here. Remember what's happening. Remember that we've got the outflow boundary, the gust front down here. It's not made it to Covington. It has made it to West Lebanon, about right here. Now, the thing is, the thought process here is that this may start to migrate back northeastward a little bit ahead of this line. Remember how hot and unstable it is where I've got that X. So we've really got to watch. these areas down here over the next few hours. This line's probably going to move at 50 miles an hour. I'll go ahead and put a storm track on it. It's got severe weather risk with it. It's mainly wind. We got to watch for a little bit of hail. The conditions are favorable for that. They're also favorable for potentially a brief tornado spin up in it too. So as this moves southeastward, the bigger threat is the southwest half of the forecast area, and we're going to monitor how quickly the boiling instability and heat begin to migrate back northeastward, and also some of that instability will glide up and over and push on that outflow boundary too. So that will aid in the unstable if I can spit it out, that unstable air lifting over it, and some of the storms may be elevated north of that boundary, which regardless, we're going to have a severe weather risk with it. So I guess the bottom line is what I'm trying to say is the heat may try to come back in, and it's just going to supply this thing with energy to intensify and go severe. So we'll take it at 50 miles an hour, like so. And we'll do something like this. At 50, we'll move it down like so. Be all the way down to here. So here we go. Fowler 25, Freeland Park 14, Talbot 21, Ambia 19, Oxford half an hour, Atkinson half an hour, Otterburn 41 minutes, 43 to Round Grove, Hooker Corner half an hour. A little more than that at Pine Village, Green Hill 43, Rainsville a little more than a half an hour, 43 minutes to Independence, 45 to Riverside, Attica 43 minutes, Williamsport 41, Stewart 30, Carbondale 34 minutes. I think I mentioned Rainsville, mentioned again 33 minutes, Kramer 38, West Lebanon 40 minutes, Marshfield 39 minutes, Foster 46, Covington 49, Stone Bluff 51, Malott 55, Veedersburg 54. It's an hour to Steam Corner, about an hour to Cates, an hour to Cayuga, Perrysville 54 minutes, Rockville, we still got an hour and 20 to get there. Hour and 20 to Niceville and Judson. Dana, about an hour and 13. Waveland, an hour and 18. Lapland, about an hour and 20. Ladoga, pushing an hour and a half. Same at New Ross. Crawfordsville, hour 13. Downtown, that is. I-74, closer to about an hour and 10. Hour and 15, Darlington. Wingate, about an hour. Linden, about an hour. Romney, about an hour. Concord, roughly an hour. Taylor 56, Shaylin area 54 minutes, West Point 50, Odell 51, 56 minutes to Lafayette. There is Klondike 50 minutes, 52 minutes to the Research Park, Octagon 47, Montmorency 46, and Round Grove again 43 minutes. Wadena 27. Lines intensifying. We'll pull up the vertically integrated liquid, and we're already seeing some hail up in that storm. Right there it is. Pea-sized hail, little penny hail already starting to develop near Sheldon, Illinois, which is dropping southeastward. So a little bit of hail coming back in to this area. And when it's likely, at least at the onset, it may be a little hard to get a lot of wind energy down to the ground because the area is still a little bit cool. We got to advect or move the instability, move the boiling instability and the heat kind of back in, pushing against that rain-cooled boundary. So at first, it may be a little hard to get much wind energy down to the ground, but as these storms do encounter the boiling heat and become surface-based, we're going to start to see these wind cores make it down to the surface. And look where they're moving. Again, they're all moving towards our forecast area. And there's a report from Eric. Yeah, wind just starting south of Veedersburg. So that is the outflow boundary from the storms that pass northeast of you. And even at Indianapolis, look at that. It's not even storming in Indy, but yet the airport had a gust of 54. So this outflow boundary is very gusty, and it goes all the way back right here. So I would, there are some gusts, 40 plus 50 miles an hour along that boundary. The winds look stronger the closer the boundary is of the storms, though. Kind of like what happened at the Purdue airport when we had the 63. And Lafayette Timber House was only 42. So that's where we stand there. I can actually wipe some observations on here for you, at least from some airports. Let's wipe the temperature data on the screen. Okay, so there's where we are. We know that it's 87 at Covington, and we're back to 87 at Cayuga, and Rockville is 86. And it's 87 at Chrisman, Illinois, pushing 90 at Terre Haute, mid-80s at Danville. Last check, it was 82 at the Crawfordsville Airport. I did notice that it is... Yeah, that would be right because it's 84 at Newmarket, but the wind is northeast, and we're gusting to about 30. So that's the outflow boundary coming in. That's laid up about right here. And it looks as if, I'm going to broaden out, just doing analysis on the fly. The 80-degree line is about right here. And then it goes up here towards Gibson City, Illinois. So that's really the boundary that we're dealing with here. Still thinking this could have vected back northeastward. It could be a situation where that outflow boundary is something like this, where it's trying like this to advect. The boiling instability is trying to advect northeastward because we've got a pretty strong southwest and south flow on the other side of that boundary. The wind is more northeast on one side and it's south and southwest on the other side. So if we can get that boundary north, these storms here will be surface-based and they will pose damaging wind, brief tornado threat. If they pass when temperatures are still in the 60s to 70, it's going to be more of a small hail threat than a wind and brief tornado threat. So it's got to get into that surface-based instability here. Because it's only 65 at Monticello, 66 here at the Grissom Air Reserve Base. Galveston Airport's not on here, but it's 66 there. 65 at the Flora Airport. Winnemac Airport, 64. Madeiraville Airport is there. The Tatertown Airport is 65. And Lafayette Timber House Airport is 68 right now. So given all that, I think right now, as of 2:28, I'm going to take a small break. What I'll do is I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm going to stay on Facebook Live for just a few minutes. And I'll have a severe weather update starting soon icon, and then I'll be back on because I want to track this line coming in out of Illinois and is just south of Kentland right now. And I'm really going to monitor where the surface base instability is because, man, there's a lot of it down in our southwestern areas right there. Okay. Let's go ahead and wipe off. I think I'll go ahead and wipe off that METAR data like so. Like that. Okay. And what we will do is I'll turn my mic off and leave a slide on the screen and then be right back for just a small break. Before I leave, water flowing over 350 west and 800 north. So there's part of that big flooding going on in northern Cass County. Be very, very careful, especially with the buses and the kids going home from school. And please know the power outages as the kids are going home from school as well. All right. I'll be back. Thank you, everyone. All right, hello everyone. Again, the new line is coming in from the northwest, and we've got some unstable air that's coming back into the area after part of the area was rain cooled from the first big batch of storms that came through. So here we go. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that is now up for Benton County. I really want to acknowledge also, before we get into this, our sponsors, Guaranteed Auto, Day Oral Health, and Blue Fox. They make this all possible. And I haven't mentioned that today, but I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate them, and certainly appreciate all of you for making this truly possible with the best radar software I could have. I've got every single tool that I had in TV and more, actually, when I compare it to what I had. So big thanks to them for sponsoring the severe weather coverage, because they care about keeping people safe. And that means a lot to me too. So there is that line. Here is the storm coming right into Fowler right as we speak. Wadena to the south of Earl Park. There's your warning. Small hail, gust up to 60 miles an hour. Moving to the due south. Now I believe I was tracking this at 50 miles an hour. They've got it moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. So we will track this at 55 out of Benton County. It may accelerate. A lot of times when these lines are developing, they do end up accelerating a little bit, and this one could very well do that. So we'll do a broad storm track here so everybody's covered. Go from here all the way back here and move it to the southeast. So that's going to put an ambient 11 minutes. Boswell and Chase and Talbot closer to 10 roughly. Oxford 12, Templeton 14. Minutes away from Atkinson. 20 minutes to Otterburn. It's right on the back door of Freeland Park. It's coming through Earl Park right now. Hooker Corner 13 minutes. 15 minutes to Pine Village. Green Hill 23. There's Rainsville at 16 minutes, Judyville at 19 minutes. We've got Stewart at 20, Carbondale 19. There's Attica in 26 minutes, Williamsport about the same, Independence about 24 minutes, West Lebanon about 25 minutes, half an hour to Johnsonville, Hedrick 24, Stone Bluff 35 minutes, Fountain a half an hour, same thing at Rob Roy, Newtown 34 minutes, Malott 37 minutes for the severe storm to get to your location, 39 minutes to Veedersburg, 42 to Perrysville, Gessie 40 minutes, there's Steam Corner 44, 41 Hillsboro, Waynetown 44 minutes, Cherry Grove 46, Linden 43, Kirkpatrick 46 minutes, and New Richmond 40 minutes. Now Tippecanoe County, Concord 41 minutes, 40 minutes to Romney, Odell, West Point about a half an hour, Shadeland a little more than half an hour. And in terms of Greater Lafayette, I would say, the south side 35 minutes, the 37 minutes. Downtown is about 32 minutes. Chauncey's about 32. The Research Park is about 30. Klondike 28. Montmorency 24. Octagon 25. And Round Grove 22. That's kind of the part that looks to have the best chance of severe weather from the current standpoint. As this line intensifies and moves to the southeast, again the threats gust to 60 and some sub-severe hail mixed up in it. The largest hail that we can see is just the southeast of Earl Park. That would be likely dime size, pea to dime size. A little pea hail south of Remington, and there's some other pea to dime size hail north of Milford, Illinois, and that's going to eventually get towards Ambia. So be ready in Boswell, Oxford, Round Grove, and Otterburn here. 20 minutes or less, and even Pine Village, 20 minutes or less for that. In terms of a wind standpoint, now we'll go in and analyze some of the wind here. I'm going to try to get the best vantage point, what looks the best for you for the wind. Now there are several cores of damaging wind developing in this storm. Here, and especially right around Fowler, just west of Fowler, and northeast of Fowler. So here's my big question. we know that it's really hot and unstable here in Illinois, no doubt about it. But the thing is, there's a boundary here. There is an outflow boundary. There's a difference between the boiling heat in Illinois and then the rain cooled air like in Carroll County and like in Lafayette right now and in Clinton County where it's in the 60s. So the difference between Carroll County and, for example, northern Vermilion County is 65 degrees to near 90 degrees. So given that, the outflow boundary is stretched in this zone. North of the boundary, those storms will tend to be more elevated. So if you're north of that boundary and it's cooler, the storms are more elevated. It's more of a small hail threat rather than a wind threat. Now, if you are near the boundary or behind it, where the warmer air is trying to come in, you have a more of a wind threat, small hail threat, and brief spin-up threat. So kind of two different modes of storms, if you will. I guess I could say modes of storms in the area right now. And the best news that I have, especially for these areas that have the wind damage, trees down, in Frankfort, multiple trees down, and trees and limbs and power lines down in Clinton County, same thing in Carroll County. We were getting all this significant flooding in northern Cass County along 16 and around Lucerne and near Kewanna and around Winnemac and and flooding all the way up here, even into parts of northern Jasper County. And also wind damage in northern Newton and northern Jasper County here. We've got wind damage down here in parts of Boone County too. And I would venture to say we've got it in southern Cass County. We've got it around Peru. We got one tree down on Main Street alone at Peru. Those areas have lower severe weather risk from here on out. Because if you look here, wipe this data on. This area is stable. I mean, it has rained so much and it's cool and it's stable. Yes, it may rain and we'll get a few thunderstorms, elevated thunderstorms. But this area is stable. We're just not seeing the big severe weather risk there. What I'm more concerned with is the reservoir of boiling instability down here that's moving northeastward ahead of this line of storms that could reignite the wind, hail, and brief tornado risk threat. We've already got a line of storms here with small hail, sub-severe hail, and that hail, given that purple spot you see right here, that hail may be coming down in buckets here in Fowler. Anytime the hail is relatively small, but it's really showing up on radar in a significant way, well, that's just pea hail to maybe marble to dime, but it's coming down heavily in that area. So Fowler and just east of Fowler, we've got hail going on, moving southeast. The hail core is going to be passing not far from Atkinson, and eventually it's going to get into northwest Tippecanoe County, and not far from Round Grove, and another hail core here south of Freeland Park has hail. And Vicky, instructor at Purdue, the big, I think you pronounce it agave plant, and forgive me, Vicky, for pronouncing that wrong. I love plants, but I cannot pronounce that. Agave plant at Purdue, the tall one that was sticking out of the greenhouse. The stalk was broken and it was blown over in the storm. So that's sad to see. I love that plant. So yeah, that happened over at Purdue. That was from Vicky. So it was kind of an icon sticking out of that greenhouse. So the stem was broken off. Agave, yes, thank you so much, Vicky. I love Vicky. She's such a good friend over there at Purdue, and just a plant expert. So that makes me sad to hear that. We know that there were some limbs broken anyway around Klondike, and the gust was 63 at the Purdue airport. We didn't even have much rain in Greater Lafayette or West Lafayette, but we got the gust front, and that's why we had that gust of 63. But right now, in the near term, we've got a thunderstorm moving into Chalmers, but the main risk of severe is here in Benton County. 2 hail cores evolving. Right now, the hail looks subsevere. It may get larger. I know Weather Service in Chicago, they've got less than penny-sized hail. These are probably pea, dime, maybe a few pennies. I do have a report of a tiny bit of hail in Fowler. It appears that the worst of the hail is probably maybe east side of Fowler or just east of Fowler, but there's another hail core that's approaching Freeland Park right now. So we're going to get some hail there, if not already, and approaching Dunnington and Dunn. Moving southeast, get ready Boswell, Talbot. And it's 2:47, so kids will be getting out of school. And we've got another line coming through, but this is mainly the southwest half of our forecast area. Now, the good news that I have for the north, you're done. You don't have anything to worry about for a while. This whole area here, Newton, Jasper, and Pulaski County, Fulton County, northern Miami, northern Cass, northern White, you're done. You don't have to think about it for many hours. The area that I'm watching is especially the southwest half of our area, where the boiling instability is trying to come back in. And we've got 2 hailstorms in Benton County right now that look to be producing pea and penny hail at the moment, and dime hail that may get to quarter size. Now, whether this wind energy is able to reach the surface kind of remains to be seen. We get 2 cores of potential winds to 60 that are up in the storm. And we're seeing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, new ones that are coming out of the storm. So it's strengthening. So it's just a question of, okay, when does the wind get down at the surface? Because right now, you have to remember in that area, the boiling instability, the heat is trying to come back in. And if we're going to get this wind energy down to the ground, we need to get some of those storms to root closer to the ground and not be undercut by the rain cool air that has flowed in from the northeast. So let's see what we have here. I'm going to dig in. It is warming, as a matter of fact. We're now in the 70s at Pine Village. We are pushing 80 near the Vermilion-Warren County line. That's Vermilion County, Illinois. And we're back up to 71 at Goodland. So it is warming up. We're 68 at Round Grove. So we're starting to warm. Even Attica right now has warmed back up. We're running in the 70s, 73, but it's still, it's 88 degrees at Cayuga, 86 Rockville. We have cooled into the 70s at Covington. What we got there? Into the mid 70s, but you don't have to go very far to the west, and it's in the 80s. So the unstable air is advecting northeastward and is likely trying to feed these storms that are producing hail, at least right now, and eventually parts of our area are going to start to get into some of this wind with these storms as well. And the storm around Chalmers is strengthening too. So right now we got two hail events that are ongoing in Benton County, perhaps 3. You've got one here where the hail's getting larger, pushing pennies. This is probably pushing pennies. We're probably getting some pea-sized hail with this little core right here. So really 3. And they're going southeastward right now. So get ready all down here. And even though this is in the cool air, this is an elevated thunderstorm. This may start to produce some pea-sized hail too into White County. It's not considered severe, but that one's moving southeast. We're going to watch Delphi and Brookston right as we speak. Again, the areas that have the better true severe weather risk are areas where the boiling instability is coming in out of Illinois like this and feeding them. And then once you get away from that, that air is being forced up and over the cool air. So it's 65 and you've got a thunderstorm sort of thing. Looks like we're getting more and more flood reports. These are from the Weather Service. 12 Mile Creek flowing onto 16 west of 12 Mile. I bet this is just occurring in so many places up here. I know of at least one county road that's washed out, but a lot of flooding. I don't want to ignore that because kids are getting out of school. They've been in school during the day. And if we're transporting kids up here in Pulaski County, Winnemac and even Taft and Wheatfield and Royal Center and Lucerne and 12 Mile and Mexico and Denver, and west of Fulton, the last thing we want, we don't want any cars, buses, cars, anything going through floodwaters, because we're already getting the reports that the water's flowing over roadways, and I would venture more are, but I know of one road that's been washed out up in this area, and that is on 350 South near Winnemac. All right, back to tracking. Another line of storms coming through, moving southeast right now. The main area concerned for true severe is our southwestern half of the forecast area. It's really down here. I'm watching that closely, but over here, little hail can't be ruled out in some of these storms. Again, if you are north, mainly north of US 24, you are in good shape. You don't have to worry about these storms. We've got to worry about them farther south and southwest because the cap is certainly breaking down here. We're mixing out the smoke and the cap, and now we've got boiling instability, heat, conditions favorable for severe migrating out of Illinois and now pushing back into our western counties and southwestern counties as well. And really, I would consider in Benton County right now, look at our hail data. We really have 3 hailstorms going on and a little bit of hail in southern White County. So peas, this is pea-sized hail. Pennies, but maybe getting larger there, and we likely have peas around the Fowler area too. We'll do another storm track on the warning. Wipe the reflectivity back on from these storms. And I'll just sag it. It honestly appears the line is moving southeast, but some of these individual cells look like they're moving a little east-southeastward. But I'll go ahead and just put a track on just the line. And again, there's the warning. Let's look back here. They've got it moving at 55, the Chicago office, and I will go with that. Let's see, we'll go just the line in general. We'll track at, I don't know whether it's moving quite at 55, but let's just go ahead and use that for the sake of just getting a track down. I almost feel like the individual cells, they're moving east at 55, but the individual line is moving slower than that. But let's just take it at 55. Kramer 20, Independence 16, Attica 21 minutes, Williamsport 23 minutes, Stewart 27, Rainsville 17, Pine Village 13 minutes, Green Hill 9 minutes to get to your location, Marshfield half an hour, Foster 37, Covington 35, Coal Creek 41, Steam Corner 38, Hillsboro 32, Malott 28 minutes, Newtown 25. Over in Tippecanoe County, Lafayette 12 minutes, Gibbon 55 miles an hour, 8 minutes here to neighborhoods west of 231, the Lindbergh Village area, Apple Ridge, Huntington Farms. You've got Happy Hollow Heights in 11, Klondike 7 minutes as an estimate, 12 to Battleground, Montmorency 4 minutes, America 17, Monitor 19, Pettit 21, Downtown Lafayette 12, Chauncey Village 11, Elston, right there on the south side, 13 minutes. The south side, like around 350. Norma Jean Edition, Mason's Ridge, 15 to 17 minutes. Concord 21, Romney 22. Stockwell 24, Clarksville 28, Monroe 25 minutes. There's Clinton County, which has been hit hard with the earlier storms. 23 Edna Mills, 34 at Kilmore, 32 at Sedalia, Avery 39, Frankfort 36, Cyclone 42, Mechanicsburg 43, Kirkland 47, Thorntown 39 minutes for the line, Radnor 24, Flora half an hour to about Cutler as well. And I can't remember if I mentioned Americus, about 17 minutes for the line, based on 55 miles an hour. And finally, Darlington 35, Crawfordsville about 38 minutes, New Richmond 25 minutes. So that's where we stand in times of arrival right now with these storms coming in from the north. Again, I base that on 55 miles an hour. From the Weather Service in Chicago, I may slow them down a little bit because one thing I'm noticing is that the individual storms are moving faster than the actual line, and we were putting a storm track on the actual line sagging southward. But these have kind of become individual little cells in the line. We'll look at our wind product. Again, we're picking up some gustiness with the storms here and here, as well as back here. But I would say that, with it being in the 60s over here, it's really hard to get that wind energy down to the ground. These storms are more elevated in Chalmers. They're a little elevated in Benton County, but if they can get surface based, we're going to have a wind threat developing with these. And the greater wind threat appears to be evolving down here in our far southwestern counties. Again, the outflow boundary is here roughly. It's trying to move back northeast. Again, this is the leading edge of the rain-cooled air. It's nearing 90 here. It's in the 70s over here. It is starting to warm up, but we're in the 60s over here. So we need to get this boundary. If we're going to get wind energy to the surface, we need to work that just a little bit more northeastward here. But we've got hail in these, and the hail is getting bigger. We've had what looked to be like 3 hailstorms in Benton County. We've got the first one here. That's actually headed for Round Grove. Peas and some dimes out of that one. This could be some pea hail. And this is a little bigger. This is more like up to penny size, just north of Boswell. This is moving eastward. So this is actually going to pass near Benton Central. I don't know what time Benton Central gets out of school, but it's 2:59 right now. So we got to watch that storm as some of these move into areas where kids are getting out of school, and there's just a lot of lightning too, and perhaps a little bit of pea hail headed for Sleeth and just to the southwest of Yeoman right now. The bigger hailers and the bigger wind threat, well, that's developing here in Illinois. These are big hailers developing. These are quarters and ping pong ball sized hail cores that are probably going to go to golf ball size. It is so unstable out here in Illinois. There's plenty of juice to work with. And some of this is going to be wind energy that really begins to make its way down to the surface with the hail in Illinois as well. I'll pull the Lincoln radar up here, and we're going to start to get some damaging wind gusts here in this zone. And we'll have to watch that as it's moving into Warren County and as the unstable air is advecting at the surface back into Covington and back into Stewart. But over here, again, like I said, these are pretty elevated storms, so it's more of a hail threat than necessarily a wind threat here. So it is 3 o'clock. We've been going at it for about 4 hours now from these storms. We've had storms of at least some severe weather degree since 4 a.m. And we had a small break there for a while. We had the storms in the north and northeast early and right into the morning hours. Then a break. And then, we got to very late morning and here into early, and we're going to be getting into mid-afternoon. We've got additional severe weather coming in. So this is a long duration kind of severe weather episode for us. The best news that I have is that if you are north, well, if you're north of 24, you're finished for a good while with storminess. I would draw a line from now Fowler, just north of Fowler, and about Chalmers, Burroughs, to north of Bunker Hill, Grissom. Where you see the X, you can breathe easier. You don't have severe storms to deal with, but you got a lot of flooding going on up here. And again, I can't emphasize enough. I know we've got the warning for Benton County right now, but I want to segue back one moment. I can't emphasize enough the flooding rain that we've had up here in this area, from Wheatfield all the way to near Royal Center and all the way to Peru, and especially around in southeast of Winnemac to Lucerne and not far from Royal Center and south of North Judson. These rainfall totals are prolific up here. We've had more than 7.5 inches of rain between Pulaski and Winnemac. We've had 6.06 inches at the Winnemac Airport. We've had more than 3 west of Madairyville. We've had more than 6.5 inches at Teft, east of Wheatfield. At Wheatfield, or just west of Wheatfield, we've had 3.25 inches of rain. We've had more than 6 inches of rain at Kewanna. The total at Marshtown is 5.16. We've had more than 3 inches at Fulton. We're pushing 2 at Rochester. We've had 5 inches at Peru. We've had 3.5 at Denver. We've had 5 inches at Mexico. We've had 3 at 12 Mile. We've had 5 inches at Royal Center. We've had up to 3 inches on the north side, or just to the north of Logansport. We've had 5.4 inches northeast of Adamsboro in Cass County. And then other areas, the rainfall is less. Towards Walton, it's more like 3 inches. We've had 3.5 inches near Santa Fe, and then the totals drop a little bit. For example, I see nearly 1 inch at the Galveston Airport, and then we have 1.25 inches at Rossville, 1.5 inches at Michigan Town. So the totals are less there, but still some decent totals. Tippecanoe County varies from nothing in the southwest part of the county to 1 inch on Highway 26, more than 1 inch. Around Pettit, we've had 1.25 inches of rain. And then once you get to Highway 26 and I-65, it's been 0.6. You go downtown, right downtown, 1/3 inch of rain. And then all the way down to Veterans and 9th, we've had 0.9 inch of rain. So a lot of variability in the rainfall totals over the area, but the flooding is a really big issue up here in our northeast right now. So that's where we are rainfall-wise, and the reason why I'm hitting that so hard is kids are going to be heading home from school. We've got roads washed out in multiple places. We've got water over roads. We've had water over Highway 16 near Royal Center and 12 Mile. And, some of these, especially, if you get around Peru, it gets hillier, and you get into these little dips in the roadways where creeks are flowing, and they're flowing over roads when you're going down a hill, and you get a lot of, even though it's pretty flat in a lot of these places, you get some swales that fill up with water and flood roads. So we just want everybody to be safe, not only on the bus headed home from school, but everybody headed home from work as well. Here's where we stand as the 3:05. Thunderstorms. The last batch of thunderstorms here for a while anyway, Carroll, Tippecanoe, Benton County, and then a pretty good line forming out here, approaching northern Vermilion County, southern Iroquois County right now. The individual cells, if you look closely, and let's take 14 frames, and we'll let that roll. You can see the individual cells are moving more east-southeast, but the line is moving southeast. And the main threat here with these three individual cells from Oxford to Flora and Deer Creek is hail. Small hail, getting multiple, we've had multiple reports of small hail in Benton County. I've got mainly peas and dimes that have been reported. When we take our hail tracking products, these are sub-severe. You know, we've got peas here, you've got peas and dimes here. Briefly, it looked like we might have some pennies here, but that's not as big. We're getting reports near Harrison High School of pea-sized hail, right up in western Tippecanoe County. That storm is moving east-southeast, closer to Battleground. And that individual storm north of Delphi is headed for Camden. The individual storm is headed for Oxford here, that is just east of Boswell, where we're going to get some hail there too. But it's sub-severe. Now, technically, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Benton County for nickel-sized hail and wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. Now, the reason why I'm wondering about the 60 mile per hour, because remember, it's still, but most of these storms are elevated in Benton County and Tippecanoe and also in Carroll County. What I mean is it's cool and pretty stable at ground level, but what we're doing is taking all this really unstable air out of Illinois and we're pushing it forward and we're trying to lift it up and over into the cool air. And it's hard to get wind energy down to the surface in an elevated thunderstorm. It's not impossible, but it's not as easy to do. This is mainly a sub-severe hail threat that may go severe hail threat right now. But certainly from a radar standpoint, yeah, there's a wind core here. We can see it. And there is some gusty wind that's embedded up in that storm. But it's a question, is it making it down to the ground? I think we got a better shot of a damaging wind making it to the ground down here in this area. You know, you get into central southern Warren and now getting into central and southern Fountain, Vermilion Park counties and part of Montgomery County. That seems to be better chance of getting a gust to 60 with the hail. But you got to remember that we're continuing to advect the boiling instability where it's 90 near Cayuga and hot and really unstable in Illinois that's trying to be advected northeastward. So we'll watch that. And then we've got the other warnings here in Illinois where these are more surface based. This is hail and wind that's evolving here in Illinois. And this is big hail. You know, these hail cores are, these are quarters and ping pong and half dollars coming out of these storms in Illinois. It wouldn't surprise me if we haven't already, we're going to start to get even a few stones up to golf ball size here in Illinois. We will be watching that as it comes out of Illinois. So you see the movement of those hail cores, the individual storms moving east-southeastward. So given that knowledge, we've got to watch Ambia, Rankin, Illinois here. That's going to head for this part of Warren County. And yes, this storm, it's going to be that part of Warren County. So we're watching that. We're watching Tippecanoe County, and we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Tippecanoe, Clinton, and southwestern Carroll County. Now, they've got 1-inch diameter or quarter-size hail, wind up to 60. That could happen. We'll have to wait and see if we're able to get that wind energy down to the ground. So I think they're playing it safe to see if we're able to mix down gusts to 60 miles an hour. Pea-sized hail in Brookston right now. And there is the best wind core I have is really right there and another one approaching ambient. But again, I question with it being, what's the temperature? It's 68 degrees, 70 degrees. It is warming up westward, though. It's warming into the 70s. So again, let's just play it safe. Let's be ready for the potential. We'll wait and see if we can get that wind energy down to the surface. But the warning is up for 49 minutes for Tippecanoe, Southern Carroll, in northwestern Clinton County. And it's also up for southern Benton County for another 4 minutes. We don't have any warnings out for the rest of Warren County, but we may end up with those warnings soon, as I do think the wind risk is a little higher in Warren County, as those storms may root a little closer to the surface. So 3/11, students will be getting out of school, and we've got warnings up right now. It was good news we got that first batch out of here, but we've got this secondary line coming through, and we're getting rid of the cap. The first line actually helped to get rid of it, and we have 3 individual storms racing east-southeastward, and then the main line back here near Hoopeston. So there's where actually I would almost consider 4 storms now. You see that one near Galveston too. All moving east-southeastward. Now my quandary here is, do I put a storm track on each individual storm? I think what I may do is group them. So let's go ahead and just group these 2, and we'll put these east-southeastward. Work them into Kokomo, going to be there in 8 minutes. Greentown 17, Plevna 17. Judson, it's right at your back door. Oakford 12, Alto 8, Jerome 20, Sims 23, Phlox 21 minutes, and then Sharpsville, I would say it's about 15 minutes away from you. And right on the edge of Rushville, let's go with about 7 minutes to get to your location. Threat here. So, hail. We already have some subsevere hail in this particular storm. We see it there. It's P's. May get larger. We'll wait and see. We'll monitor it very closely. This storm will tend to be a little elevated, so it's going to be hard to get wind to the ground, but the main threat here is some subsevere hail, and we'll watch the size. Let's do the other 2 storms that are moving into Tippecanoe County. That's warranted this warning from the National Weather Service for the next 47 minutes. There we are with the hail product. These stones are about pea to dime size, but they may get to quarter size. Southwest of Flora, west of Battleground, and right around the Audubon area, 3 cores of hail here, and even perhaps a little pea hail near Deer Creek. But they're all moving east-southeastward. We'll do a track on these 3 individual storms. Well, 2 of them. I guess the other 2 are the Galveston and Carrollton storms. So let's just focus on these 2. There's the new warning up for Warren and Fountain. Quarter size hail, gust to 60. Better shot of getting wind into Warren County and Fountain County than Tippecanoe is my thinking. So we'll pull up we'll wait. I'll do the wind tracker here in a minute. I think what I'll do right now, let's just get a track on. So we'll do these 2 storms and move them kind of east-southeastward. And Shadeland 8 minutes as a general rule. We're estimating times here. Dayton 6 minutes, Mulberry 12, Cambria 17 minutes, Rossville 14, Pettit 8, Geetingsville 21. Again, students, if you're getting out of school soon, we do have the warning up for Clinton, Southern Carroll, and Tippecanoe County. Sedalia 19, Middle Fork 26, Forest about a half an hour away. And there's the new data updating. It's minutes away from Owasco and Ockley here. And the storm's approaching the city of Lafayette. Again, subsevere hail's the main threat. Again, we will watch the wind threat. We'll pull that data on the screen. And this is just the high res velocity. So right here, if we're going to get a gust to 60, it's here or here. And again, this storm's elevated, so it's unclear whether we can get the wind energy down to the ground, but let's just be on our guard for that. And what do I mean by elevated? Well, it's cool and stable near the surface, but the unstable air is being forced up and over that layer. So we're still getting storms. But we'll wait and see what we get at the Purdue Airport. That's going to be a huge clue as to whether we are able to get the wind energy down to the surface, down to the ground. The airport is 70 right now. And we'll see if we get enough instability rooted closer to the ground to get the wind energy down. But just be prepared. Wipe it back on the screen. There's the other storms near Houston. These have a better chance of getting wind energy down to the surface because we are closer to the boiling instability in Illinois, and I think that instability is a little closer to ground level. So south of Ambia, this whole area of Warren County, get ready for gusts that may be as high as 60 miles an hour. We're going to get some hail mixed up in this too. These stones are much larger in Illinois. We're talking quarters and half dollars around Houston, Rankin, and Paxton. And that's all moving towards around Ambia and also northern and central Warren County, and will move towards Green Hill eventually in West Point, West Lebanon, those places. And with it moving, I believe this one is moving at 55 miles an hour as well, if memory serves me right. The weather service has it moving at 50. We'll go ahead and take 55 to just get in front of it. And it may be accelerating. This is more linear, not individual storms, so I'm thinking it may move a little faster, may surge forward a little bit. So we'll draw it like so, move it in this general direction, like that. And that's going to put it in Kramer in 20 minutes, Hooker Corner, less than 18. Let me make sure my time is correct here. I've got it at 55. Let's go 50. And I just want to do an on-the-fly adjustment. Let's do an on-the-fly adjustment and make sure, because I want to be as accurate as I possibly can. Here we go. We'll redraw it too. There we go. So Pine Village 20, Hooker Corner 16, Carbondale 14, Stewart 6 minutes away, Hedrick 9, Williamsport, Attica, Independence between 19 and about 25 minutes, Fountain 20, West Lebanon about 15 minutes, same thing at Johnsonville and Marshfield, Stone Bluff 27 minutes, Petersburg half an hour, Covington 24 minutes, Malott half an hour, Wingate 36, Linden 45, Romney 43, Odell 32, West Point 33 minutes. Again, get ready. Potential of getting hail up to quarter or half dollar size. Potential of a 60 mile per hour gust reaching the ground in those areas. The other warning, remember, is for Rossville and West of Forest and Lafayette for these individual storms moving east-southeastward. Just like that. Working their way to the southeast. These are more individual. It's not the line like we've got off to the west. You see here. That's moving into Warren County. So there's the storm in Greater Lafayette and West Lafayette right now. The hail, if we're getting hail coming down, it's likely near the Purdue Airport and right there coming into downtown, the Discovery Park District. Most of these areas may be getting some hail. When we turn on the hail tracker, the hail data is laggy. But I can go ahead and just use my reflectivity to get a good idea of where the hail is falling. So perhaps up in this area and down towards Elston and the Purdue Airport right here. Peas, most likely, maybe a few stones up to dime size with this particular storm. Now, there's a warning on it, but currently none of the stones look like quarter size just yet. The big question is, okay, are we going to get this wind down to the surface? Because we've got a core not that far off the ground of winds of 60 miles an hour. But this storm is a little elevated. It's cooler and it's rain cooled here. So the question is, can we get this wind energy down to the ground? And the best idea is going to be the Purdue Airport and also weather station just to the south of Montmorency, which I will pull up, and we'll see how high the wind got in that area. Again, a lot of times when you're getting these storms into a rain-cooled air mass, they are elevated and the wind cannot make it down to the ground. I'm getting a report here from Ashley. It's not very windy on campus. Just rain, no wind at Klondike. Very good. We'll work our way down. Yeah, this wind at Montmorency, it's just not mixing down to the ground very well. It's only around 15 miles an hour. So that's good. We will take every bit of that. I know that intense wind is not necessarily that far off the ground, but the storm's rooted above this rain-cooled layer. So it may not make it down to the surface, but we just have to be ready. Once again, I think the better chance of that is in Warren County. And just raining at the Purdue Research Park right now. The hail core, if we're getting the hail here, it is just pouring on the south end of campus. So if we're getting hail from this standpoint, it's likely south between downtown and the Norma Jean addition, and maybe a little pea-sized hail west of the Purdue Airport. Yeah, pea hail by Central Catholic. Thank you, Rick. And that makes total sense. Note where the hail core is. It's right here. There may be another one back here, but we're getting pea hail at CC. Lots of thunder and rain on the north side. Hail in Shadeland at Rainy Brook right now. So, again, multiple cores of hail here that we're dealing with. So that probably would have been this core when it passed over. So core 1, maybe a core 2 right here, but that I've had multiple reports of pea hail from that little core moving right over the south and southeast side of Lafayette. We've got pea-sized hail at Teal and 4th Street. Huge thanks to Cindy. Looking in my email message, hail on Teal Road right now. Marbles. Okay, so we've got peas and marbles coming down here, hail-wise, approaching Franciscan Health. Pea hail in Comanche. And I'll see if my hail product is updated. Yeah, it's still laggy. It's always laggy. But I can still get, a good idea based on the colors here. And this is likely, again, I don't want to leave Clinton County out here. This is likely pea-sized hail here too, southwest of Rossville, probably right along County Road 700 West. That's moving east-southeastward towards Cambria. Again, I doubt the wind's able to make it down to the ground, but there's some wind up in that storm too. And again, this is a big hailer coming into Warren County. Right here, Sycamore Corner, north of Judyville. I've got the Indianapolis radar here. Sorry if it's a little, I'm kind of going back and forth, zooming in and out. I want to make sure I'm getting good quality data. But this storm has the better shot at producing severe hail. Hale Davis Drive, pea-sized in Lafayette. Rain off Morehouse, half mile from Sagamore. Pea-sized hail in Battleground right now. This is a big hailer coming into Warren County. This is one that's likely got quarter, $half size. We got to watch this one. I want to make sure we're not going to be getting golf ball stones, but from the data that I see, this is likely quarter and $half size. the wind product, there's wind up in these storms. So, there may be a gust, a little core here in this storm, gust up to 60 miles an hour. We got 2 here embedded, and the wind appears to be with the hail in that storm. So I'll tell you, if you've got a chance, if you're in Carbondale, Kramer, Winthrop, Chatterton, Rainsville, 5 Points, get that car in the garage now, because let's say you get a gust of 60 and you get $50 or quarter size hail, and that's going to cause a few little dents in your car. But it won't be all quarter and $50 stones. It will likely be a mix of peas, marbles, and then you get some, some quarter stones and some $50 stones thrown into the mix right there. So right there it is. That's it. Now, Lafayette-wise, the small hail that we had is pulling away, and it looks like we may have a little bit of pea-sized hail out here. McCarty all the way down to 350. Around IU Arnett, Franciscan Health, there's a little core there, some pea-sized hail. Maybe a little around the Purdue Airport, but not much. It'd be rice or pea size, but it's peas here on the southeast side. No hail in Mill Creek out by Veterans, but I do have pea hail being reported just on the south side of Lafayette. Pea hail, teal, and Sagamore. So yeah, we're still producing a little small hail with that one, and still likely getting pea-sized hail here in northwest Clinton County, headed for Cambria, just to the south of Rossville. So that's where we are. And also, there's probably pea hail in this one too. I mean, that's been the MO here with these. Southwest of Forest and near Groomsville, these are hailers. Yeah, these are bigger hailers. I mean, these are more like peas and dimes, maybe up to nickels. These have pulsed up near Forest and east of Beard. But very unlikely we're getting damaging wind down to the ground here, even within that warning, because these are so elevated. They're rooted above the cool, stable surface after being the atmosphere a little bit worked over from earlier storms. And again, peas southwest of Rossville, peas northwest of Dayton. Do you see the difference between Warren County and Tippecanoe? Tippecanoe's peas on the southeast side of Lafayette. Warren County, this is much bigger hail. These are quarters, $50. Wouldn't surprise me if we're getting some ping pong balls. We gotta watch for golf balls. Conditions are favorable for that. I'm gonna track this storm in Warren County. We'll do a storm track on it. I want to look once again, one more time, at the movement. So it's 50 miles an hour. And we'll take it, I want to do this individual storm that's really got the big hail with it. So let's track that. It's moving in kind of this direction like so. So we'll pause that. Let's do that kind of east-southeast track. Like this. There it is. Okay, like that. Okay, so Independence 10 minutes, West Point 18 minutes, Attica 8 minutes, Williamsport 6, Odell 17, Rob Roy 12, New Richmond 26 minutes, Linden 31, Kirkpatrick 35, Romney 29, Concord 32 minutes, Stockwell 36 minutes, 25 minutes to Taylor for a big hailer and the potential of getting a damaging gust down to the ground, especially on the west part of that box I've drawn, where we're a little closer to the boiling instability in Illinois. It's deeper, it's closer to the surface. So again, Warren and Fountain County, you got a better shot at getting wind with the hail. I've already got a report here of quarter-size hail near Carbondale, and just got a report of $50 size hail northeast of Judyville. So we're getting the reports verifying what we're seeing on radar. Quarter and half-dollar size hail is already being reported in this storm. And it's moving east-southeastward. Again, there are your times of arrival. There it is. It's now moving right into Kramer. And again, remember the quarters near Carbondale, somewhere near Carbondale, and the northeast of Judyville, that area, half-dollar sized hailstones, max stones, was reported with it. Wind, let's see what we can pull up here. I'm going to do the storm relative velocity. Let's subtract the movement here. And we'll pull Indianapolis. I'll pull Lincoln here real quick to get another vantage point. I think Indy's a better vantage point right now. Yeah, 2 cores of wind in it, and we're likely getting water-loaded kind of microburst type gusts that may be loading up in this storm that could potentially accompany the large hail. Again, the chances higher we'll get a burst of wind out of these compared to areas farther to the east towards Tippecanoe and Clinton County. So keep in mind the direction this thing is moving, kind of east-southeastward here. The damaging wind risk and certainly the hail threat with this storm too. And right there it is, coming right into Kramer. Peas, marbles, dimes, pennies mixed with quarters and half-dollars. Near Rainsville, Carbondale, 5 points, and right into Kramer, and it's probably really getting into near Williamsport and Glen Cliff right now, and Winthrop for some big hail right as we speak. The storm that's been moving through Tippecanoe County, it is showing a weakening trend. The best shot of a little bit of pea hail mixing down would be along Highway 38, which kind of right along that where South 150 East and South 950 East come together. And we'll see if any hail can hold together getting into Mulberry. But right now anyway, it's just a few bits of pea hail. It's not nearly as much. And there could be a little pea-sized hail now mixing in with this storm. Kilmore down to just northwest of Frankfort. So the best shot would be, if you know where West Farmers Gravel Road is, the Y right there. And I guess that would be 421 that goes up to Rossville, right there at the Y, where that road branches off 421. And several county roads come together right there, that little pocket. That's the area that has the best shot of pea hail, and some of that pea hail may be as far north as the intersection of 130 West and West 200 North, north of Frankfort. And it's moving east-southeastward, so we've got to watch the north side of Frankfort and parts of the Frankfort area, generally north of downtown, and then to the far north side around 100 North. And these 2 other hail cores are pretty good. These are actually looking more vigorous than the ones farther to the west of Groomsville and south of Sharpsville. We've got some hail coming down here. These are dimes and peas possible, maybe up to pennies. There's your peas around north of Frankfort. Just a little bit of pea hail here in eastern Tippecanoe County. But there's the big hailer right here around Carbondale and Judyville. This is quarter to ping pong ball sized hail. We may be going up to golf ball hail here. We're getting hail already reported in West Lebanon. Right on the edge of this. My hail data may be a little bit laggy. Indeed it is. The biggest part of this hail is Glen Cliff, Williamsport, Kramer. Get ready for quarters and half-dollars, and we're keeping a close eye on the risk of golf ball sized hail out of this storm. This is going to be a pretty significant hailer coming into Attica and Williamsport. Unclear in terms of the wind. If we're able to get wind energy down to the ground. Now, this storm did go over weather station west of Pine Village, so I want to see, or at least part of it did. I want to see how high the wind did get there. see what we've got. Because I still think this storm may be just a hair elevated. Yeah, not much wind. I mean, it's only about 22 miles an hour. So hail, but not much wind anyway. From what I'm seeing near Pine Village anyway, a little bit of hail, but the wind there's just not much wind with it. But I really want to watch and see what we get at Attica, because it's warmed up in Attica. We're in the upper 70s in Attica right now, so this storm may be becoming more surface-based. We'll get the hail regardless, but it's a big question. There's big difference between ping pong ball sized hail or quarter hail with a gust to 60 or 65 and just hail that's coming down with maybe wind up to 20. So this is likely roaring into Attica and Williamsport right now. We had dime hail at Williamsport. Thank you so much for that report. The heroes over there, the fire department, really thank you. Williamsport Fire Department. We've had confirmed marble hail at Carbondale and also quarter size hail. And I did have a $50 report northeast of Judyville. So we're kind of getting a mix and a match of hail sizes here, but certainly from a radar standpoint, if we've got hail that's severe, that's got to be right over Attica right now. If we're getting quarters and $50 and maybe ping pong balls, it's going to be Attica right as I speak, right over that area and all the way back to Badlands, Road Park, and Glen Cliff. Farther back, when we look at like Rainsville, that hail was smaller, and you can see that here. The big core of it was just southwest of Rainsville. I did have a report from Eric here. Thank you, Eric. A pea-sized hail there. I am getting reports of pea-sized hail near Groomsville, and again, pardon me. I'm gonna move this a little quick. Groomsville, and also I had where was that other report I had? Okay, here it is. Pea-sized hail near Michigan Town. So it's probably south of Michigan Town. No wind at Williamsport. That's great news. We're not mixing it down. I see it on radar, but it's not mixing down. Just not mixing down to the surface because it's a little elevated. And I keep using that term elevated thunderstorm. Remember, if it's rain cooled, more stable near the ground, and the really unstable air for severe weather is gliding up and over it, that storm's rooted, that instability is rooted above that cooler, stable layer. So in that situation, your threat is more hail and not necessarily wind or tornado or anything like that. Okay, there's Groomsville right there in Tipton County. There's the hail core, just got that report. And there could be a little bit of pea hail south of Windfall. So all these areas, and there it is. There's just quite a bit of hail here, peas and up to dimes that are occurring all the way from Jackson and near Sharpsville and Groomsville, and then that core near Michigan Town and east of Frankfort. No hail on that storm southeast of Mulberry, though. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm because we keep seeing this large hail signature in the storm. And right there it is. That's the biggest hailer we've seen all day. Right there. Now, that was dime size at Williamsport, which is good. We're not getting quarter size reports out at Williamsport, but if we're going to be getting quarters and $50, it's got to be Attica. It's got to be near Glen Cliff right now and moving eastward. It's hailing in Attica. I've got multiple reports of that, but no size yet. And there it is. It's a quick mover. At least it doesn't hail very long. There's your hail core. It's right on 26. It's now moving east of the Harrison Hills Golf Course. So it's between, that would be North Riverside Road, if you know where that is, and then just beyond the city limits of Attica. That's where the hail core is. So I'm getting marble-sized hail reports in Attica right now, which we will take that one. We'll go back to our hail tracker. Hail data is laggy, but it is showing a really substantial hail core in that storm. And the warning is up for quarter-size hail. The potential is there for quarter to $half sized hail. Report a quarter-size hail east of Attica on Bethel Road. Okay, well, we'll zoom in, and that's probably up here. Yeah, there's Bethel Road. So we've had 1 inch hail here. Somewhere in Attica, we've had marble hail. We've had dime hail in Williamsport. The fire department has reported that the hail has stopped, and that it's likely still hailing here east of Attica. And we've probably got some stones as far south as north of Rob Roy. These may be peas and dimes, but if we're going to have quarters or $half, it's that Bethel Road area right now, and just north of Jackson Street or Highway 26. And it's moving east-southeastward. So we'll do another storm track on this particular storm right here, and we'll move it at 50. We'll take, and we'll go out in front of it a little bit because I know it's moving at a decent clip. Take it here. There we go. Newtown 5 minutes, Aylesworth 5 minutes, Malott 8 minutes, Wingate 10, Elmdale 14, New Richmond 14, Linden 19 minutes. Right on the edge here at Romney, that would be, I would consider that probably about 18 minutes. Odell, again, 18 minutes. And then probably if it keeps going, it's going to be closer to 30 minutes, I would say, Thorntown, Shannondale, Colfax area, if the storm can keep going. We've already got a severe thunderstorm warning from Montgomery County, Fountain County, of course, the Warren County warning, and southwestern and southern Tippecanoe County. They're all for quarter-size hail and potential of getting a gust to 60 miles an hour. Now, so far, we haven't had a wind problem with this. It's all been hail. Anywhere from peas to dimes to quarters and to $half. And all those reports have come from Rainsville, Carbondale, near Judyville, Williamsport, Attica, and east of Attica. And we're getting another storm coming into Hedrick right now. And that is a severe thunderstorm warning for hail up to quarter size. When I look at it from this radar standpoint, it doesn't look like quarter size hail, but it may become quarter size. It may be dimes and pennies right now, but that's headed for Hedrick and eventually West Lebanon. So it is 3:44. We have had some degree of severe weather coming through our area since 4 a.m. Now, we had a break. We had a break for a while. But then I apologize. I'm getting a lot of data here, a lot of information on hail. And I've got a hail video that someone sent me that we've got hail here. Thank you, Chantel. Really appreciate it. Yeah, hail on 41 out towards Attica. The hail's really coming down there. Just a huge help of all the reports that I am getting here. Multiple reports of quarter-size hail in the Attica area. And then I've got other reports saying just big hail in Attica. And there's another report, big hail in Attica from Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Pea-sized hail on the state line. So I assume that is west of Hedrick. Thank you, Tom. So P hail on the state line. Okay. So that's what I have right now, just going through everything step by step. All right, now let's take a breather for a second here. Let's wrap everything up into a package here real quick. 346. More storms are coming through. This is the last of them for a while. Now I'm going to analyze more data and I'll have a forecast for the rest of the night coming up. But it's been storming to some degree since 4 a.m. 4 a.m. we had storms, and then we got a small break and we had more storms through the morning, and then we got a break. And then we had a Boeing line of severe storms come through with some wind damage and hail. We've had flooding rain, especially in our northeastern counties. And now we've got this final round of storms coming through as of 346. And we'll get a break for a while. We're going to get a breather for a little bit. Now, to kind of summarize everything, these storms, I would say here, are all elevated. What that is we've got a rain-cooled boundary right here from the storms earlier. Well, really, it curves up kind of like this. And beyond that boundary, at ground level, it is stable, and we're in the 60s to about 70. So all the boiling instability in Illinois, where we're in the 90s, is pushing up and being thrust up and over that boundary. And we are producing these thunderstorms. The trigger is coming in from the northwest, but the unstable layer is being forced up and over the stable layer. So these thunderstorms are rooted. The really deep instability is rooted several thousand feet up. These are not rooted near the ground. So in this case, the threat is hail and not wind and not tornadoes. And the farther we get away from the instability, the much lower the threat of wind is. But we've got hail in these storms. So there's your hail of pea, dime, and penny. Most of this is peas, but I would say around Goldsmith, it's probably closer to maybe a couple penny stones, maybe a couple dime stones here north of Tipton. Everything is moving kind of southeastward. Quarter-size hail 3 miles north of Williamsport. Thank you, Holly. Marble hail from Justin. Thank you, Justin. And this is our first golf ball sized hail reports northeast of Attica. So we've had our first golf ball sized hail report. Penny size and smaller southwest of Odell. So let's go back. We've covered those storms. This is the big storm. So we've had a confirmed report of golf ball sized hail northeast of Attica. So we know that we're getting some big stones out of this thing. And that hail core is now southwest of Attica. My hail data is laggy, but this is likely peas down here. We already know that we've got pennies southwest of Odell. But right here, this is where we may have some quarter-sized stones, maybe $50. It's right there in the middle. And remember that the history, near Judyville, $50. Quarter sizes in Attica. Golf balls northeast of Attica. What do we have? Dimes at Williamsport. And there's the hail core. This is going to be passing near New Richmond. So right now, the middle of that, quarter and $50 size. When this peaked at golf ball northeast of Attica, so I want to get a view here. And we'll pause that, and I want to go back in time. And there it is. We've got quarters, $50, and then golf balls between those scans. And there you see the hail core, purplish pink. There it is. It's still likely producing severe hail. This is headed for New Richmond. So get ready in New Richmond for large hail, quarter, $50. Gonna watch and make sure in this data that we're not pushing we're not up to golf balls again or ping pong balls, but at the very least, quarters and and half dollars. We're getting hail now being reported live north of Wingate, 5 miles to the north of Wingate right now. Again, there's the core. You see the direction it's moving. Get the car in New Richmond and Linden because it's headed in that general direction. Okay. And the severe thunderstorm warning continues for that particular storm. You can see it right there for Montgomery County and southwestern Tippecanoe County. But really, I'll tell you, the main threat here, I'm going to draw it out, the main threat with it is really right in this corridor. That's where the biggest hail is. Pea-sized hail at Malott, near Malott, right on the edge of it. So it's really, especially right in here for big hail. That's big hail, and then we're going to be getting hail on the edges that's sub-severe. We do have a warning that is up for northern Warren. Now this is probably not severe hail. This is probably peas and dimes, I would bet money. We got a warning on it, but there it is. Again, this is farther east now. The core of this hail is now just northwest of West Lebanon. This is peas and dimes, maybe a couple pennies. This may be a few peas northwest of Rob Roy. But the biggest one we've got right now, this may be peas and dimes and marbles and whatnot, but it's really that core right there that's the most intense. Still no reports of wind issues. The 60 mile per hour is in the warning for the potential for a gust to make it to the ground at any time. The reason why we're not getting this wind energy to the ground is because the storms are a little bit elevated above a layer of rain-cooled air. And we're having a hard time getting the wind energy really down to the surface. But there's wind there, though there's no doubt about it. If we had good surface instability, we would have a lot of wind making it down to the ground there. But we just don't have it, in these areas. So given that, it is 3:53 right now, tracking really one truly severe thunderstorm in our area. We've got multiple areas of sub-severe hail of pea and dime size from south of Kirkland all the way to Atlanta and southeast of Tipton and west of Williamsport. But the big hailer is just moving into New Richmond right now and getting a lot of reports here. We've had nickel and dime reports out of Williamsport. North of Williamsport, we had quarter-size hail. We've had quarter-size hail around Attica, golf ball-sized hail northeast of Attica. I had a $half size hail report kind of east of Attica. Judyville, $half size. Quarter size at Carbondale. Penny size southwest of Odell. So a lot of hail reports are coming out of this area right now. And the large hail, again, waiting on this radar data to update, but it's coming right into New Richmond right now. As soon as the radar data updates, I'm going to do another storm track and track this thing through the far southern edge of Tippecanoe County and also into northern Montgomery County. And we look to the west, there's still some other storms here in Illinois, right on the edge of that hot upper ridge, and some are really beginning to pop here as the cap weakens some. So we got to watch some of these coming out of Vermilion County, Illinois. Those are going to get Covington and Perrysville and Petersburg, which has largely escaped things today other than some gusty wind from the gust front, the outflow boundary a little bit earlier. 3:55. One thing I also want to mention, I know we've got some kids in athletic events, maybe some getting out of school. For right now, Lafayette's in good shape, Frankfort's in good shape. Most areas are good unless you are, I would say, you're kind of paralleling Highway 28 and south. Those are the areas that are getting the risk the storm risk right now, and especially southwestern portion of that pocket. And many kids have gone home from school or getting home from any athletic practice. The power is out in some homes still. More than 1,300 customers out in Newton County. More than 1,500 without power in Jasper County. Pulaski County, 560. About 100 in Fulton. Miami County, a lot of the repairs have been made. We don't have really much in the way of outages in Miami County. In Cass County, 124. White County, 650. Now, Carroll County, the outages are still more than 2,000. More than 2,000 customers without power. Near 300 in Clinton County. And Boone County, pushing 4,000 without power in Boone County. And near 200 in Park County. That was probably the gust front that went through, and maybe some gust of 50. That was earlier. Montgomery County, 61. Tippecanoe County, around 100 now, so it's gotten better. And we're doing well in Benton County and Warren County power outage-wise, as well as Fountain and Vermilion, as well as, well, Howard, there's 20, and 20 in Tipton, so no big outages there. I cover Sheridan, so I will say Hamilton County has 600, more than 600 without power. And a lot of those are in the more populated part of the county, southern part of the county too. But the most significant outages are really, when you look at population in those counties, it's really Carroll County and Newton, right as we speak. Okay. So we're getting pea-sized hail in New Richmond now. And there it is. It looks like the worst of the hail is going to pass just south of New Richmond. So let's pause that. Let's go back here. And you can see it right there. There's the core. The pink core, and then it's south of town. So you may be breathing a sigh of relief in New Richmond. You're not getting the quarters and half dollars. It's more just south of town on North 400 West that you're getting the truly severe hail. Now, New Richmond, it's probably getting much larger as you drive south of town. I mean, this report, yeah, pea-sized hail at New Richmond from Chris. Huge thank you, Chris. If you're driving south of New Richmond, I would bet that hail's getting much larger. And once you get a good mile or two south of town, it's probably quarters and half dollars. And we've got some other hail south of there, where 750 North and North 400 West intersect right there. That's probably still getting, pennies at least in that area too, and even some peas around Elmdale. Other storms east of Rob Roy, peas and dimes, that's moving into Newtown now. Fountain, some pea-sized hail approaching Rob Roy again. These storms are not quite as vigorous coming out of Bismarck, Illinois. Maybe a few at pea-sized stones. Looks like we're getting some small hail at Romney at 400 and 1200. Hail in Linden right now. You're right on the edge of the bigger hail. So this is interesting too. This is an elevated thunderstorm. We're really not able to get the wind energy down to the ground. But I have noticed some of these storms, they're curling on the front edge like this. And that tells me that, some of these storms, they're trying to rotate on the front. Now, you can get tornadoes on the front of storms. You know how I talk about the thumb on the front of a storm? Sometimes in these storms you do get, that thumb, that little appendage on the front, and that's rotation. A lot of times they're on the back end. Sometimes they're on a dog leg or a kidney bean embedded in the storm. Sometimes there's just a little notch, especially in derechos and bows. But this storm, it's like it's trying to rotate on the front end of it, and some of the hail's wrapping around that rotation. But here's the other thing. I do believe that rotation is pretty elevated, and we don't have a risk of a tornado here. It's just, it's rooted too high up. And it would be weak at that rotation-wise, but it's interesting to note how it's trying to do that. And again, north of the curl is typically where you get the hail and the wind, and that's where we have the biggest hail. There's a small pocket here south of Linden where you've got those curves in 231 where they go over the railroad track. And there's a fertilizer dealership there, and then you got a little wetland there, nice little black willow kind of wetland there. And there's some nice, actually, prairie remnants along that railroad, too, because there was some prairie down here at one time. But all that aside, that's where the largest hail is passing. That's $quarter and $half. No doubt about it here. That's a big hail core right there. Going to pass over that location, going to pass over East 800 North. That hail core is actually probably over here now where that X is, and moving southeastward. And some stones are wrapping around this little appendage. We got a little thumb trying to form on the front here, and there it is. It's zipping along. Off to the southeast, there's the core. It's crossed 231. It's now crossed County Road 175 east in Montgomery County. And we see where Darlington is, and we see Darlington Woods here. And there's East 650 North. Again, right there on the railroad track at the grain elevator that we always spot, or near the grain elevator, north of 74. The hail is just northeast of that location, and there's the big hail. Moving fast, so even as I speak here, it's probably here, and then 5 minutes it's going to be over here, and it's going to keep moving just like that. And so that's where the biggest hail is, quarters, $half, but even up here we're getting some decent sized stones, nickels, pennies, that sort of thing, all moving this way. It's a close call for Darlington Woods, but between Bowers and Darlington Woods, and pretty close to Darlington, we'll be in on some of this hail coming through. The warning, mainly for just the hail, it goes for 27 minutes. I still haven't had any reports of wind issues from these at all. Again, too elevated. The temperature down here, our spotter at Darlington, it's 72 degrees. With a dew point of 68, but it is warming a little bit in the southwest. It's 76 degrees at Covington right now with the approaching storm. We've got 75 at Crawfordsville with the approaching storm. If it were 88 with a dew point at 80, and we didn't have that rain-cooled boundary coming through, these storms would be intense. Well, I think if we wouldn't have had the cap earlier, this area would have been hit with those storms that we had earlier. They would have elongated. But with this cap here, it made it really unstable, concentrated all the boiling instability near the ground. Then we had the outflow boundary come through, and with all that instability, it did get pretty gusty. We had some good downdraft cape mixing down some pretty locally gusty winds. But the rain-cooled boundary has come to the southwest, and most of these storms are elevated above that boundary. So it's mainly a hail situation that we're in here. Not much of a wind situation. My thinking is if we've got a shot at a gust of 60 miles an hour, it's really going to be out here towards Covington, Eugene, maybe Rockville, where it is warming up. It is warmer out here, but even Rockville is only 75. But we're in the upper 70s at Cayuga. So we'll wait and see. So I would watch this zone more for the risk of a 60 mile per hour gust. I think over here, we're still kind of in that elevated hail mode. And it looks like Harrison Football just sent all the players home. Now, the best news that I have is that we're finished with all the rain north of this area. If you are north of, if you're north of Williamsport and you're north of Frankfort and Kempton and Tipton, you're done. We're okay for a long while. We just have to get through these last storms here. And this has been a very long duration event. I mean, it looked like we'd have storms 4 right through 8, 9, maybe up into early afternoon, from storms this morning and then the main line. But we've had many storms in our north and northeast. I mean, from 4 to 11, it just kept storming over and over. Then we had the Boeing line. Then we've got this batch of storms that is coming through. So we're going on 12 hours now of some degree of severe weather in the area. 12 hours of that. So it's going to end here soon. We got a little bit longer to get through. And that was the other thing, you know, by 4, it was the thinking this would kind of be hung up in our southeast counties and pushing out. We're close to that. We're close. We're getting there. These storms here are out of our area. These are Montgomery, Fountain, and Southern Warren storms we've got to get through, though, for now. But at 4 o'clock, the thinking was kind of down here. We're kind of hung up here and back over here. But at any rate, at least for right now, the most intense storm is just off to the northwest of Darlington Woods. And a lot of hail reports here. Hail in Wingate. Thank you, LA, for the video that you sent. Very, very much appreciated, everyone. We've had hail in Linden. Several reports from Linden. The biggest hail report has been northeast of Attica, golf ball size, but we've had some other quarter and $half size reports. So this hail core is actually, it looks like it is going to get into Darlington Woods, and it looks like this is headed for Darlington. And this hail could be quarter size, maybe $half size, and then around it, you've got, you know, smaller stones here of, you know, some peas and dimes around it. Too. So this is headed for that Darlington area. I'm not concerned about wind yet, but there is hail in that storm. And maybe a little pea hail up here between I-74 and Crawfordsville, right there by the nature park, you know, at by the old, near the old power plant. Dime to quarter size hail reported at Wingate when the storm came through there. Just wonderful reports, really helpful. We're trying to look at the radar, and what I'm trying to do is I see radar colors, and in my brain I'm thinking what the conditions are, what parameters are here, what's the atmosphere capable of, what's the radar showing, how does that equate to hail size, and how does that equate to wind. And the reports are really, really helpful here. And then another little area of smaller sub-severe hail just east of Elmdale. So we may get another round of some small hail near Cherry Grove and just north of Interstate 74 by the big grain elevator along the railroad. And then there's the other small hail core just northeast of Stone Bluff. And that's going to get Malott, Graham. Should stay south of Newtown. But near Wingate, you've already had dime to quarter size hail. We got another sub-severe core that's not overly far from you, and yet we're getting another core of hail that's developing here northwest of Foster. So, and this is the area I would watch a little bit more from a wind standpoint on this western fringe. But this hail is getting bigger. I'll wipe the data on the screen. Yeah, this we may end up with a warning on this one. These are likely peas and dimes and nickels north of Foster. That could come into Covington soon. So we may have another round of, well, we're going to have some more hail anyway, but it may be another round where the hail reaches quarter size with that particular storm. So as of 4:10, the only places we've got storms, it's right here, this pocket down here, Montgomery, Fountain, Southern Warren counties. And these storms will be moving into Boone County soon. And eventually we're going to get some storms down into Park and Vermilion. We haven't really been able to do that, or at least central Vermilion. Ryan Bell's reporting pea-sized hail just at the state line. Thank you, Brenda, for the comments and compliments. I will always take care of everyone. I really do want to take care of everyone here. I did not want to leave when I lost my job at the TV station, and I didn't want 20 some years of tracking weather to necessarily go down the drain, but I didn't want to leave here either. So no, trust me, it means a lot, and I want to keep doing this for sure. And you are being extra helpful today with these reports. So we know that right now we're getting small hail with this core, like I was showing you, northeast of Covington, and that I think it's getting bigger. Thank you too, Vicky. I know it's getting bigger, so we got to watch for it to get to quarter size in Covington. We know we've got sub-severe hail southwest of Newtown, headed from a lot. We know we've got some pea hail here to the west of Cherry Grove moving southeastward. And then we know we've got hail with this storm that's gone through Darlington and is coming into Shannondale right now. Now, it's doubtful that the hail is as big as it was. I would venture to say that this is probably going more towards nickel sized as it's moving into Boone County right now. So you've got probably nickels here. We've probably dumped our quarters. You've got some peas up here and dimes, all these little cores in these storms. And then I would watch for pennies and close monitoring of the storm northwest of Covington right now. And the warnings are up. I mean, the warning's up for this one for hail up to quarter size anyway. In here, quarter size, 60 mile per hour, but I still haven't seen any indication that we're able to transport wind energy down to the surface, because most of these storms are elevated above a little more stable layer. If we're gonna get wind down to the ground to 60, the best shot we have, I think, is out here in this zone where that X is, where the instability is closer to the surface. The better instability, and the storms will root closer to the surface. If this storm were rooted closer to the ground in eastern Montgomery County, I would be all out for damaging wind and the hail. But at least for now, doesn't mean there's no chance we're not going to get some of this wind energy to the ground. But I'm looking at all the reports, and when you're in that situation where you've got storms moving over an area with a stable layer near the ground, it's hard. It's hard to get the wind down to the ground. I can look at Darlington for how high the wind did get. Yeah, the highest measured gust we've had at Darlington's 24. So there's just not much wind coming out of this. And it would definitely be showing up by now. I want to closely monitor that storm near Covington, though. Pouring rain at Bowers, but no hail. So that's good. And that's kind of on the north part of this storm. There it is. This thing's booking. It's trucking along. It's plowing into Boone County. And the hail's getting smaller. It's got a shape like it's producing damaging wind. Tam told me that they had a quick burst of wind, but not real bad, which makes sense there at Bowers in northeastern Montgomery County. I would say this is probably pennies and dimes right here. It's going to move this general direction, should pass over the Boone County Airport, and there may be a few peas mixed here. I want to make sure we're not able to get wind mixing down to the surface, though, because we've got a pretty strong mid-level jet punching in right here that, this could push out damaging winds at any time, but it still looks like this thing's a little elevated. The temperature there by the airport is 71. So it's 71 degrees. We're kind of overturned. We've been worked over a little bit. The unstable air producing these storms is riding up and over that cooler, kind of overturned, rain-cooled surface. So let's monitor this. It's certainly got the MO of damaging wind here. The hail's smaller. It's sub-severe now. And there it is. You kind of see the wind punching in. You really do see that. Let's go back here. So what you're seeing is you've got a core jet, a jet punching in to the storm, and a lot of times when you see this jet punching in from the northwest, you're going to get your damaging winds right here on the apex of the bow. But again, it's a situation where whether we're able to get that down to the ground. But I would be ready in Lebanon, and just be ready in that area. Be ready in Hazel Rig, north of Max. Let's hope that we're not able to get 60, 65 mile per hour gusts to the ground. But certainly, we are pushing forward. We've got winds in the jet that are moving this way, and they're trying to belch out forward, and they're pushing this bow forward. So keep an eye on it in Lebanon. Got to watch that little bow. Farther west, still some storms south of Linden, south of New Richmond, Malott area, a few bits of pea, hail. We've got those storms here in the Covington area, and they're still likely producing some hail. The worst hail, the largest hail, is likely just north of Covington. I would venture to say that this is probably pushing quarters, and this could be as well. This is probably nickels, but this could be up to quarters. But it kind of goes back and forth. So just potential is there for some severe hail up to quarter size from those two cores on that storm. And you can see how they're dropping to the southeast. Just like that. Probably a little gusty on that storm too. When we look out here, we've gone up into the upper 70s at Cayuga. Covington's at 75. You go down into southern Vermilion County, it's in the low and mid 80s. So we're close to getting some of that wind down to the ground, but it's mainly just hail here is what we're looking at. It's southeast of Covington and it's northeast of Covington where we're getting the hail with some stones that may be nickel to quarter size here. All moving in that southeast direction. So be ready in Veedersburg and just south of Veedersburg and even just north of Veedersburg too, because you think about it, these two cores, if they're moving in that direction, they're all going to impact the Veedersburg area and Fountain Central High School. We'll do another storm track. I haven't done a storm track in a while, so I believe this one is, these are trucking along more. They're moving at 60. We will go ahead and put that timing. We'll boost it to 60 miles an hour. And draw the track. Let's do something like this. Draw it the best I can. Like that. We'll send her all the way down to Waveland. Alamo, 13 minutes. Steam Corner, just a couple minutes. Taylor Corner, 14. Newmarket, 20. Deers Mill, 14. Browns Valley, 19. Parkersburg, 24 minutes. And there's Banner Mills, 13. Grange Corner, 10. Centennial, 5 minutes for that particular storm to come through. Now, let's go to Boone County, where this Boeing line is blasting southeastward. Again, when it went through Darlington, it did not produce much in the way of wind. So it's still rooted and a little elevated. It's got the wind in it, but it's a question of whether we can get the wind down to the ground because it's 71 right now, just south of Lebanon. But regardless, we've got to watch for some sub-severe hail here. Lebanon, 9 minutes. New Brunswick, 9 minutes. Pike, 10 minutes. Hazel Rig, 5. Advance, it's literally at your back door. Gadsden, 15. Northfield, 19. Royalton, right there, we're 865 and 465 intersect, 17. And there's Jolietteville, 21. And Stringtown, 9 minutes. So this thing's trucking along. It's booking. We're going to watch and see what the wind does in Lebanon and what the wind's doing here at Hazelrig and Max. Get ready for sub-severe hail. Peas and dimes are possible with this storm. On the north part of it at Thorntown, there's not much wind. Winds are gusting about 20 miles an hour, so that's good. Nonetheless, severe thunderstorm warning is up. Potential gust at any point may get to 60. We're still going to watch it closely, especially at the apex of that bow, as you have the strong mid-level jet coming in and the wind's trying to come out of that storm right here. And we got the warning out. The hail is sub-severe, but the warning's out there in case it goes to 1 inch in diameter. Now we still have, and thank you Josh for this, there are still 2,200 households without power in Lebanon alone from the earlier storms when we had the gusts as high as 60 miles an hour there. And for the county, we've got more than 3,800 that are out. So still a lot of power is out in the area. You know, you go to Newton County, we still have more than 1,300, almost 1,250 Jasper, nearly 500 Pulaski, 50 though Fulton. We're getting better in Fulton. We're great in Miami County. You gotta tip your hat to these crews, how quickly they're working and removing limbs and removing trees and getting lines back up and getting poles set and getting wires back up. You know, they're amazing at what they do. They're incredibly efficient at what they do. Because Cass County, we're now down to 125, 647 in White County, Clinton County near 300, and we still have nearly 200 in Park County from earlier, and we're down to 115 in Tippecanoe County. Still the biggest outage is Carroll County. Carroll County was hit pretty hard. So was Clinton County too, and Boone County, just multiple counties hit pretty hard by severe storms. So as of 4:23, here we are. We're just over 12 hours into a long day of multiple severe storms. And I think there are 2 severe storms in our area right now. 2 look severe. The ones of Lebanon and southwest of Lebanon, and the one that's near Petersburg right now. So the one will segue back to the one at Petersburg. Right there it is. We've got hail mixed up in this storm. We've got the warning, 1 inch hail. Now, it technically goes only for another 7 minutes, but this storm looks severe. Hail up to quarter size. And if we're going to have quarter size hail, it's that little core along West 200 South. So here's Petersburg, South Maple Street, South Main, East State Street, and Dixie B Road. And South Mill Street goes out here. There's West 200 South. This is your quarter size hail core. We may be getting hail in Petersburg, but it's likely not severe. It's probably sub-severe. It's smaller in size. And it's moving southeastward. It's going to move over their airport there and continue over East 300 South right in this zone. Should miss Hillsborough, however. And even some small hail northeast of Petersburg, some pea and maybe a little dime hail up here along Interstate 74. And then the storm farther west, maybe a few bits of pea hail, but that one doesn't look as intense as some of the others that have been passing through. And there's Crawfordsville. We may be very well getting some pea hail in Crawfordsville too. There's that little core, again, a little laggy, but right there it is. And then there's the other core, Petersburg. You see the difference right there. And then there's the hail coming into Boone County. So we're still getting a pretty good signature. Now, I don't think this is $50 hail or anything like that, but we may have a pretty good downpour of sub-severe hail that's coming down, especially southwest of Lebanon. northwest of Milledgeville here in Boone County. Still watching the wind here because, you've got such a strong jet punching in. Still going to watch the wind threat right here and see if we're able to get that wind energy down to the ground. Again, I'm going through some data here, going to see what kind of wind we're getting. Yeah, the station southeast of, well, the storm's not quite there yet, but I'm still not seeing much wind there. But I did have a report that it is pretty gusty around Stone Bluff. They estimate winds around 30 miles an hour. And then at Lebanon, we're still waiting for some readings of the wind coming in there. If I saw a signature like this, and it was 88 degrees ahead of it, and the dew point was 80, I would say we've got a nasty, severe storm here. You've got a bowing storm. It's got a dog leg structure to it. So in a normal situation, let's say a situation where it's, again, 88, dew point of 80. If this were coming through, these would be really intense winds and some hail. And then with this dog leg shape, you'd probably have tornado risk right here underneath that leg right there. So this is, from this standpoint, it's an intense storm. And indeed it is. But it's intense in the way that it's probably just producing a lot of sub-severe hail, unless we're able to get some of that wind energy down to the ground. And we'll see if we're able. I'm not seeing any evidence of that yet, even though in a different situation where it's not 70 degrees or 71, you would be getting a lot of wind in this area. And Josh is saying pretty still in Lebanon. Yeah, I mean, it's an elevated storm. It's got all the shear and the very strong mid-level jet here for damaging wind, but it may not make it down to the ground. Just because we're elevated, we get a stable area near the ground, and we're not able to get the momentum, the transport of the wind energy down to the surface to produce damaging wind. And you see all the mechanics here that are able to produce the wind here, but it's just rooted too high up. But we're probably getting sub-severe hail there. Peas, dimes, things, hail like that. And then finally, I want to go back here to southeast of Edersburg. This hail core, north of Steam Corner, it's right on 41, just going over the airport there south of Edersburg. And this is the one that still may have quarter-size hail with it. Now, the warning expires in 2 minutes, but we still have a decent hail core here. So I would be ready for some quarter-sized stones east of 41 here. And it's going to pass mainly towards Prairie Chapel Road out in this area. It's a beautiful, very rural area. Northeast of Steam Corner down here. Kind of what we got Shawnee Prairie out here and got Osborne Prairie. This is good flat farm ground, former prairie area. That's where it's going to pass through. If we're going to get quarter-size hail. And still, even though I had that report of wind gusts to 30 at Stone Bluff, there are still no indications that we're able to get the wind energy near the ground. And right now we've got a wind. We've gusted, let's see here. Our winds are, the highest gust we had was 31. We're gusting to 14 miles an hour at Covington. So we're just not able to get wind down to the ground with this. The warning's been canceled, but still watch that hail core right there, just northeast of Steam Corner. I think what I'm going to do is just do a track on the line. I want to do a track on this part of the storm. We'll draw it out. Let's do something like this. And draw that thing to the southeast. And there it is. Alamo 6 minutes, Wallace 4, Deers Mill 8, Browns Valley 12 minutes, Newmarket 13, Yountsville 9, Taylor Corner 7, 17 minutes to Parkersburg, Ladoga 20, and Whitesville 17 minutes. And keep in mind, you can tell where we've got boiling surface instability. Now look at the difference here. So it is boiling out here. I mean, it's hot. It is much cooler over here, and even down here, we're only in the 70s. But you see the difference here? This is a tremendous storm here west of Champaign, Illinois. This is a significant supercell with a tornado warning on it, big hail, and damaging winds potentially. And these are just the elevated storms off to the east. So you can see the difference that we've got. And there's that new warning. It's waiting on that new warning to come out for that quarter-size hail. So there it is, Waynetown, Petersburg area. Not overly concerned about wind, but certainly quarter-size hail in this storm. Just to the southwest of Hillsboro, not far from Steam Corner, dropping southeastward. Quarter-size hail is the biggest threat with this storm. Again, we just aren't getting the wind energy down to the ground. We've got it there, but we're just not able to do it, given the fact that they're elevated. And I'm still looking. I'm watching Covington. The wind is sustained at about 15. So we got a breeze blowing with a heavy thunderstorm underway right now. In Lebanon, let's go back here. So we got that storm for mainly quarter-size hail. There's the Lebanon storm it's got the dog leg shape to it. But it's elevated, so we're not really getting the big wind with it. And it looks like, winds are gusting to about 24 miles an hour. That's what we've had in Lebanon. So it's mainly just a hail thing with this one. We'll wait and see what it can do as it goes towards Indy. It may end up producing more wind towards Indy if that area is recovered a little bit more wind-wise. But it looks like Eagle Creek is only in the 70s, and the Indy Airport's only in the 70s too. So we'll wait and see, but that's kind of out of my forecast area now. A main storm I'm watching is just this one south of Hillsboro with the risk of quarter-size hail with it. And, this monster supercell we've got in Illinois, it's moving in this general direction, and it's still in the mid-80s down here. So unless we can get a rain-cooled boundary from these storms down here, we're going to have a much higher severe weather risk in southern Vermilion County and southwestern Park County from this storm. And it's most likely that these storms will congeal together, and we're probably going to have a Boeing line that moves through this area this evening and tonight, and a lot of damaging wind down here, because this area has not been touched today. It's been capped, it's been smoky, not been touched. It's been very hot, dew point's 80 degrees, and you can see what surface instability does. And when the cap is released, you can see what's happening here. Just explosive development in Champaign County. This warning goes for another 41 minutes for Fountain and southwestern Montgomery County. I think we are at a spot that I can probably do a storm track on it, and we can probably back away with coverage. This is, I've got about more than 5 hours I've been doing this today. So we'll put a storm track on it. I'll keep you updated on Facebook. I have a lot of reports to go through, and then we'll kind of leave it at that. But the warning goes for another 40 minutes now. The main threat's quarter-size hail. There's going to be some other smaller stones mixed in. There's a 60-mile-per-hour tag on it, but wind has not been the biggest threat with these storms because where they're rooting in the troposphere, they're elevated. We'll watch it. We will watch it. and keep a good eye on it. But for now, it's hail. And that hail is east of Steam Corner and right there at Prairie Chapel. And I believe that is, if memory serves me right, let me look here. Let my laptop kind of think for a moment. And my laptop's kind of locking up too. I believe, if memory serves me right, this is 41 here. And after a while, everything starts to look the same. It's been more than 5 hours. My eyes are getting blurry, and I'm trying to figure this out. I know that's 41 right there that goes through Centennial and Steam Corner. This would be, goes through Hillsboro. I feel like that's 341. Correct me if I'm wrong. My gut from the get-go, that's 341. I think that's Highway 341. I was going to check real quick. But yeah, the Hale Core is just northeast of Woolley Corner. And if that's 341, that's where it's going to pass through. Moving southeastward, going to pass near Wallace and eventually head for Alamo, Sycamore Ford, and Deers Mill. We'll do a storm track here with it and go like that. Drop it into Northeast Park and Southern Montgomery. Deers Mill 5 minutes, Browns Valley 10. You can see the other times of arrival right there. It is 341. Okay, I thought it was, but I'm second guessing myself. Lapland 13 minutes, Newmarket 11 minutes, and then southward to Waveland in 9. And that's mainly for just the risk of hail. Pea, dime, up to quarter size. The pink area, purple area is where there's quarter size hail. And then there's another round of some pea hail just to the north of Perrysville. And the Boone County storm is pulling away right now. So I think this is a good time to end things a little bit. Let's take a breather. What we need to do from here on out, I still need to watch that storm. Got to watch these over here, moving in this general direction. Got to watch what's happening here in Champaign County, Illinois, for the southwest part of our forecast area. But I truly think that areas over here, you're in good shape. Where I got the big X, you're good. We can breathe. So we're in much better shape over here. Keep in mind all the flooding continuing in Pulaski, northern Jasper, northern Cass, parts of Miami County. There is wind damage in the area. We've got trees and power lines down. We've got a lot of power outages. We've had hail up to golf ball size today over in Fountain County. And from this point forward, I've got to sit and figure out what's going to happen the rest of the night, tomorrow, because we're still in this pattern, and then into Thursday and Friday. We're not going to completely end any risk of rainfall until it may take getting to Sunday evening to just get rid of everything where we have no chance of rain whatsoever. And we still have some more severe weather risk, not only tomorrow night, but we've got it on Thursday night as well. I got to keep an eye on Friday too from this point. So everybody, thank you. I'm going to be mapping out all these storm reports that I receive and the hail reports that I'm getting. And be safe. And I'm going to keep watching this. Again, that storm headed for Alamo. And then we got to watch the other storms in Illinois. We got to watch Park and Vermilion County. And far southern Fountain and southern Montgomery. Everybody take care. I'll talk to you again soon.